Good morning. All right. Madam Clerk, I call this meeting to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we would request a motion to go into executive session to discuss pending and potential litigation, real estate, and personnel matters.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice, seconded by Commissioner Francine Scott. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Pull your. That motion carries with Mr. Mason, Mr. Lewis, and Mr. Garrett out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're now suspended to executive session. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to get started for the second time. We have some special guests in the audience, and we need to see if we can get moving. Commissioner Clark, Commissioner Lewis. What else we got? We got a quorum? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right, Madam Clerk. Good day, everybody. Thank you guys for being here. We apologize for running a few minutes behind. Madam Clerk, I'll call this meeting back to order. Attorney Plunkett.
Mr. Mayor, we request a motion to authorize the mayor to execute the closed meeting affidavit.
That motion is approved by Commissioner Mason, seconded by Commissioner Rice. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
That motion carries with Mr. Garrett and Ms. Scott out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett, are there any motions as a result of our executive session?
We have several. The first, we'd ask a motion to approve the pre-litigation settlement of all claims of Shanna Bates arising out of a vehicle collision with Deputy Amanda Donald occurring on May 30th, 2024, in the amount of $85,000.
Can I receive a motion, please?
Motion.
Motion was made by Commissioner Al Mason, seconded by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Yeah, she is. That motion carries 9-1 with Ms. Scott. Voting in error? No. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We'd also request a motion to approve the settlement of the workers' compensation claim of Wilson Rouse, State Board of Workers' Comp claim number 2023-055710, in the amount of $72,500.
Can I have a motion, please? Motion made by Commissioner Clark, second by Commissioner Francine Scott. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Mason. Thank you. It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We would also request a motion to approve the pre-litigation settlement of all claims of Granberry LLC in the amount of $30,000 for damages to the property located at 3640 Elliott Boulevard, arising out of a sewer backup occurring on November 15, 2024, and to pay the sum of $66,658.72 to Serve Pro of Augusta for services in connection with the backup.
All right, it's a motion made by Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Don Clark. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We'd also request a motion to approve the pre-litigation settlement of all claims of Mathis Abrams Jr. and Yolanda Abrams in the amount of $47,500 for damages to the property located at 3641 Elliott Boulevard, arising out of a sewer backup occurring on November 15, 2024, and to pay the sum of $71,734.84 to Serve Pro of Augusta for services in connection with the backup.
It's a motion by Mayor Pro Tempore Wayne Guilfoyle. Second by Commissioner Catherine Smith Rice. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Mr. Mason, Mr. Johnson? Okay, Mr. Johnson's out. Oh. That motion carries with Mr. Johnson out.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Attorney Plunkett.
We would also request a motion to authorize the mayor to execute a real estate sales and purchase agreement with the Richmond County Board of Education for the purchase of the property located at 3310 Old Louisville Road for $800,000.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Francine Scott. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Alvin Mason. Madam Clerk, we're voting.
Commissioner Johnson, are you voting? Yes, sir.
It's the motion to authorize the mayor to sign a purchase and sale agreement for 3310 Old Louisville Road.
It's unanimous.
Thank you so much. Attorney Plunkett, are there any further motions?
There are none.
Thank you, Attorney Plunkett. Before we adjourn this session, ladies and gentlemen, I would ask for us to observe just a moment of silence. As you know, our neighbors in Columbia County had two deputies that were met with tragedy. One is still fighting for his life. The other, his family, is planning a service for this Monday. So if you don't mind, would you join me in a moment of silence for our neighbors in Columbia County? Thank you so much. Madam Clerk, this session is hereby adjourned and turned over to the committee chairs. Thank you so much. Public service.
Good afternoon and welcome to Public Services. Madam Clerk, are there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, ma'am.
Okay, with that being said, I would like to, if my colleagues don't mind, I'd like to consent items number 5. And that's it on that one. We're going to discuss 7. So I'm going to consent 5. Do I have a motion? Motion to approve. Got a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, motion is second. City.
Commissioner Rice, could we actually pull number 4 as well? We have come with some information regarding this that
Sure.
causes us to push it to a delay for a while.
All right, so go ahead and move that. So we'll add 4 to it.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So I got a motion and a second, Madam Clerk.
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Scott. Thank you.
It's unanimous.
Okay. Madam Clerk, may we start with item number 7, please?
Yes, ma'am. Item number 7 is a motion to approve the implementation and organizing of Operation Clean City Up, a collaborative initiative between city departments aimed at improving the cleanliness and the aesthetics of Augusta, Richmond County's public spaces and roadways while providing community service hours for participants.
Okay, thank you. This is Mayor Johnson's item.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to announce that with collaboration between not only the mayor's office, but our Richmond County Sheriff's Office, our Richmond County Marshal's Office, State Court, and the Solicitor General's Office, we have come up with a plan to address the amount of litter that's in our roadways. And we're really excited about this new endeavor. It gives those the opportunity that may be sentenced to community service to really engage in our community, I think, in a productive and meaningful way, and we're truly excited about it. I'm going to ask the sheriff to come up, and I'm also going to ask the Solicitor General to come up. And this name, Operation City Cleanup, I must give credit where credit is due. Chief State Court Judge Kelly Kenner McIntyre, as we were meeting, came up with this, I think, just name in reclaiming our city from litter. So, Sheriff, if you don't mind coming up, Solicitor General, Ms. Omika Loggins, would you come up? And many of you are probably wondering how we're going to do this. We've both as a city, and these departments have pledged that those that will be sentenced to community service starting soon, every single Saturday, you will see a cleaning crew moving around our community picking up litter. Every Saturday. So the sheriff is committed to the resources of the officers. Central Services, of course, they're going to provide all of the needed tools and trash bags, and engineering is going to provide support from waste disposal. The marshal's office is going to help with the enforcement of it. It makes no sense for us to be cleaning up our city and people are still throwing litter out of their cars as they ride around. The probation department has been heavily engaged in that. They're going to be suggesting folks who want to work off community service at a rate of 2 to 1 to make sure it gets done. Judge McIntyre, I hear you're in the crowd. I don't see you anywhere. Where are you, Judge McIntyre? Come on up here and stand with us. I got to get you to come up and talk about this because you're the most important part of this whole thing. In that we have so many people that somehow, and can I get you to come over to the podium right here and talk about, so as people are sentenced to probation and community service, we see this as a great opportunity to clean our city. And Judge McIntyre, I'm going to turn it over to you with that.
It's a little different when you on the witness stand, isn't it?
Good afternoon.
Yeah.
And please excuse my casual dress, but I'm in the robe all day today. No one knows what's under the robe. But we're so excited about the program. We've had programs like this before, but long years ago it was the RCCI detail, but I think this is a wonderful idea. And the Marshal's office did a great job when they did this as well. So we're glad that Sheriff is taking this on. And we're all very willing to work together. It's another way for those that have been sentenced to be able to kind of really meet the conditions of their sentence. We have a lot of young people that come through. We have many that have been charged with maybe shoplifting, for example, in state court. And you have probably heard, I say from the bench, if you can pick up something that doesn't belong to you, you can pick up trash off the street. And so oftentimes they are sentenced to do something like that, but still, I think it's a wonderful idea. We have put the plan in place just to make sure that we can also monitor and make sure that this is getting done, that it's not just you go do this and then it doesn't happen. We want to make sure that it does happen and within a certain amount of time so that they can satisfy their conditions, do what they need to do, and move on from the justice system. But I do think that this altogether works for everyone.
Thank you so much,
Yes, sir.
Judge McIntyre. Solicitor, Madam, would you like to add anything further?
Just good afternoon, everyone. I just want to just reiterate what Judge McIntyre said, and hopefully the people that come through, they will see this as actual service, and not only from the community, but from them to see that this is service that is meaningful, meaning that there's going to have an impact, not only on them, hopefully they'll see that they are contributing to the community, and hopefully you all will see the results of it as well. So I think it's a win-win situation. We thank the Marshal's office and the Sheriff's office for partnering and monitoring so we can make sure it's done in a safe manner. We don't want anyone, no liability. But I think it's a good thing, and I appreciate the mayor for extending this opportunity for us to work together. And this is an opportunity for y'all to see your government at work and all the different departments coming together for one common goal. Thank you.
Thank you. Sheriff?
Just want to kind of, just back up what the state court judge has said and the solicitor, that this is what we can do when we all work together and come together for a common good of our community and not just any one particular organization. So I'm just happy to be a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheriff. And as I mentioned, I can't thank you guys enough for helping come up with a solution. Judge McIntyre, the name is yours. Thank you so much while we're in that meeting. Community, this is a great start. It's going to occur every Saturday between 8 and 12, and it's going to be over all parts of Augusta, Richmond County, where there's a need to pick up trash on the roadways. We're going to be out doing it. Me personally, I don't see this as punishment. There's going to be some Saturdays where I'm out there, and I'm going to ask for volunteers to be out there with us. So I think it's incumbent upon all of us to try to work to beautify and maintain our community. And Madam Chairwoman, with that, I don't have anything further. I will just ask for a motion of approval to start this great program.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much. Again, it takes a village for us all to work together, and so we're moving in the right direction. Appreciate y'all being here.
Motion to approve.
We got a motion, and do we have a second? Oh, okay.
Wait a minute, Marshall, get on up here, buddy. Come on up here, Marshall.
I was fixing to say.
It's just one of those things.
Yeah.
I'm sitting here moving.
I need your help today. Okay, back to our motion. I've got a motion and I have a second, so we're going to go ahead and vote. No, this one.
Thank you. It's unanimous.
Okay, Madam Clerk, from here, I'm going to start from top to bottom.
Okay. Next, we will have Ms. Leslie Mitchell regarding community cleanup in the Apple Valley subdivision. Ms. Mitchell. Either one, wherever you're comfortable.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
With all due respect.
I've got to have you to give your name and address,
I will.
please. Oh, yes, ma'am.
I will.
Go ahead. So
My
you know
name
the
is
drill.
Leslie Mitchell. I'm a resident of Augusta, Richmond County. My home is 3564 Jonathan Circle, Augusta, Georgia, in Apple Valley. It's been 10 months to the date that the code enforcement, the marshals, the commissioners, and about 12 dozen other officials came through Apple Valley subdivision in regarding to citations of properties that's over dilapidated and not taken care of. I take pride in my home. I raised my children in my home. When I walk outside my door, right in front of me is a home where a neighbor moved out in November. The grass is up to my knee. I've called the real estate company, who's not local in Atlanta, and asked them about this situation. I volunteered to help cut the grass. They never returned my call, not once but twice. There's a neighbor, 3587, that the code enforcement comes out and cite them or whatever they do. It seems like when they come out and talk to the owners, they get worse. They're building a porch. That porch's been being built for 2 years. I thought that there was a regulation or a code that you have to do or get permission to when you build an extra exterior on top of your property. What I'm saying is Apple Valley been talked about. Now let's do something about it. You want to do Operation City Compliance with cleanup? Let's do Operation Compliance in Apple Valley. When it comes to these homes, and the commissioner even stated in his interview, you got refrigerators, you got trucks, you got dishwashers, you got all this equipment in front of these homes. My taxes go up every year, and I see nothing but dilapidated homes that's not being taken care of. Let's stop talking about it, and let's start doing something about it. I raised my children in Apple Valley and raising my grandchildren out there. I'm not going nowhere. And my neighbors know. Miss Leslie, I'll knock on your door and ask you. But with the city involvement, let's put it into action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Do I have anybody in the, no, nobody in the queue? So, Madam Clerk, we'll continue.
Is this, I'm sorry, Mr. Lewis wanted to.
Okay. Sorry about
that, Madam Chair. But with Ms. Delaney, you know, Ms. Mitchell, thank you for coming before us today. You're absolutely right. I led the charge with having that roundup in Apple Valley about 10 months ago, and along with the Marshal's Department, Code Enforcement, Animal Services, there was an array of individuals out there that particular day. And I know Code Enforcement did a lot of citing, So I want to have Ms. Delaney to speak on some of those matters and some of those issues that we uncovered out in the Apple Valley subdivision neighborhood.
Thank you. Good afternoon. So on the first week of July 2024, code enforcement along with the marshal's office went out and we canvassed the Apple Valley subdivision. After that, that activity, we ended up with 158 cases. And so that was 158 parcels with multiple violations. So as recently as 2 weeks ago, we went back. I mean, we've been going back continuously to check on them. We've got about 31 cases that have not been resolved. So you have seen a reduction at about 120 parcels that came into compliance. The number one challenge we have is, as she stated, the overgrowth. People will cut the grass, but then they won't come back and keep it up. In addition to that, we have 3 that are going to public officer court because of the reasons that she cited. So we went from 158 down to about 31 parcels now in Apple Valley. So we are still pursuing it through the court system too. And I can field any questions from there.
Any questions? You good? Thank you, Director Delaney. Okay, with no questions, we will, Madam Clerk, move to number 2.
To discuss amending the appeals process of the Historic Preservation Ordinance with a focus on the appeals process and post-demolition plans.
Okay. Since this was a workshop that I had brought forth about a month ago, I'm guessing that I'm going to let Director Delaney speak, and then I might have my input on it, if that's okay.
Okay. All right. So towards the end of 2024, there was a lot of dialogue and discussion in regards to the Historic Preservation Commission. From that conversation, there stemmed the workshop. The workshop was held last month, or was it earlier this month?
Last month.
Last month, yes. It was held last month. But there were 3 overarching areas where more clarity about what the commission would like to have the ordinance reflect. And we wanted some decisions so that we would know how to write the ordinance if it was necessary in the rewrite. So I'm going to highlight those 3 major areas so that we could possibly get some direction. And in those 3 areas with the outstanding questions are, number 1, shall appeals go to the commission prior to mediation? Under the current ordinance, if a person does not receive a favorable outcome from the Historic Preservation Commission, they can begin the mediation process. The mediation process has typically included, the applicant bringing in an attorney, and there's a meeting at a mediator, and the cost of the mediation is borne by the applicant, okay? Some of the questions and concerns and how we ended up talking about the appeals was because, one, there's a time consideration. If you have a roof that's already been torn off and now you have to go to HPC, then you have to go to mediation, then you have to go to commission, there's a time element. That's one of the reasons that came before you. The other one was some people had some concerns about being somewhat intimidated by the process. The potential to have to exhaust funds to cover attorney fees and things of that nature. Now, there is a provision where you don't have to have an attorney, but most people in these situations do come into it with an attorney. So there was concerns about that, and that's how the appeals question was became one of the primary issues. The second one was the post-demolition plan. Now, we have a couple historic buildings, and they have plans, and those plans haven't come to fruition in the timeline that they said they would. So now they're coming back. We have vagrancy, we have loitering, and so there are requests for demolition and maybe turning it into a parking lot and things of that nature. So post-demolition plans, as we showed them, are sometimes most often they're standard requirements in most municipalities. You want to know what's going back there. You don't want to just tear down historic structures with no intent to replace, replicate, or at least communicate what the end factor will be. But it has been regarded, in 2024, it was regarded as a hurdle or an impediment to development. So that was the perception that was coming from the direction I received from the commission, or that, okay. And then item number 3 is, should the pre-approved list of materials be updated? So one of the major concerns, and it doesn't seem like that big of a deal at first, one of the major concerns that a lot of the applicants have is in regards to windows. Windows are a huge question/concerns. So you had some HPC members that were requesting spec sheets of certain applicants, but it wasn't required. And so then there would be a delay, and then some people would bring a sample. So there was discussion about broadening the types of materials that could be used and creating a more standardized list. So those are that in a nutshell without delving too deeply. But those were the 3 things that we actually really genuinely need a recommendation, not a recommendation, we recommend, I'm sorry, but a decision from the commission on those 3 items.
Okay, thank you, Director Delaney. I'm going to say something before I go to Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle. But the 3 that you just mentioned, I would like today to be able to put that into a motion, into the ordinance, to approve and say yes to all 3 of these and put it into the ordinance so that we do have clarification. But before I do anything, I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Laney, thank you for meeting and having this public meeting workshop and coming back with these 3 items. Shall the appeals go to the commission prior to mediation? I truly believe yes, because the end user, which is the homeowner, before they have to hire an attorney and then have to pay for both sides, I think they should have the obligation or the right to come before this commission to make a determining factor. Number 2, shall post demolition plans continue to be required? You used the term as long as they communicate it, but if you are required to have plans drawn up as a additional cost to the end user, it could be what you were saying as far as communicate. Can they do an email, the property owner do an email and tell the HPC what their intent is?
I would recommend a concept plan. That would be somewhere in the neighborhood of like $600-700 to have someone draw up. But if you're doing a demolition with the potential for development, that's a nominal cost in the grand scheme of things. So I would recommend it be a concept plan, not full-scale drawings.
Okay. But if it's the homeowner doing the work themselves, can they do a rendering on their own?
That would still be a concept, yes, sir.
Okay.
I would recommend a concept.
So it wouldn't cost $600-700 for a homeowner to do a rendering?
CAD professional could do that.
Okay. And should a pre-approved list of materials be updated? Absolutely, yes. The shingles, slate roofs is another big issue in that area as well. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. All right. Do I have anybody else that wants to speak on this? Okay. I wanted to ask may I put this into a motion today? Attorney Plunkett?
We would just need to start drafting, kind of whatever you want us to do in that regard. I would be happy to do whatever y'all request. I'm sorry.
Number one, especially, I'm not sure how my colleagues feel, but I definitely feel like that it would be beneficial for this to come before the commission, before, an applicant has to go out and, as Commissioner Mayor Pro Tem said, it gets frustrated going through that process. So I would definitely like to put number 1 into that ordinance to have it come before the commission first.
Commissioner Rice.
Before going to mediation. Yes, ma'am.
The current chair of the Historic Preservation Committee, Dave Barbie,
Yes.
he was unable, he had a tooth situation, so he was unable to make it. But he did ask for me to communicate on behalf of the HPC that with regards to number 1, that maybe we could introduce some introductory language prior to the meeting beginning that would advise each applicant of their options for mediation and incorporate some language that would let them know that they don't have to exhaust or expend any more fees in order to have mediation. So he was asking about the opportunity to keep it the way it is and explain that you don't have to have an attorney, and maybe there's some conversation also in regards to how to absorb that mediation cost. So he was unfortunately unable to be here, but he did want me to communicate that. And as the director who can sometimes be the mediator, it is a valid option. It's a valid option for sure.
I think also, Ms. Rice, one of the issues is that, I'm not sure if Ms. Delaney could, address the number of, applicants that you may be coming through this body. And so to me, that's one of the bigger concerns that y'all need to think about is whether or not this is going to be one or two more items that come to y'all's agenda on a monthly basis, or it's going to be, overwhelming. Part of the original idea was to reduce the burden on this body by going through mediation. And so, and I think Mr. Montgomery might have mentioned that previously in the workshop. So I think that's a factor that y'all need to do. And, as far as the sharing cost of this, I'm not entirely sure who would be the cost sharing. I mean, this is a request by a body, so I'm not sure that you would want necessarily to have the commission start absorbing part of the mediation cost. So something for y'all to think about.
All right, well, then, with that being said, can we move this to next week and have more of a discussion as a body on it?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
I believe Mr. Montgomery is here. I'm not sure if he wants to say anything or have anything to say.
Okay, hey there, Eric, do you have anything to say? I'm sorry I didn't ask you earlier.
Yes, I'm Eric Montgomery, Executive Director of Historic Augusta. I think what Director Delaney has said and Attorney Plunkett has said is what I got from the meeting. I do think that you might be asking for a lot to hear these. I don't think there are that many. I don't have a number either, but it still would be. It puts you in a position that you can if they're still not satisfied, they still can come to you after the mediation, because that's the next step. But I think the solution of trying to come up with a way of not making the applicant pay for attorney fees is the best approach. And what was discussed in the meeting by Sam Miller, the former attorney, was that Ms. Delaney could, and if the applicant wanted to, Ms. Delaney could be the mediator or someone else of their choice, or they could pay somebody to do it. But I think I just can't, I go back when this started in the early 90s, and all of these used to come to the commission. And it made it look like that nobody ever got their way, and that's not true. Last month, every application was approved. So over 90% applications are approved, but just those few that aren't approved, satisfied, I'm not sure, even that might seem like an overwhelming amount to you to look at. So I think it's a good idea to discuss it some more before you adopt anything, definitely.
All right, well, I'll take your recommendation with that, and we can table this for more discussion, and then have also, since Dave Barbie was not here today, maybe we can talk to him. And I'm a fair player. I feel like that we should be able to hear what he said and what Director Delaney said that Dave mentioned. I'm sure we can work with that. So, all right, so we'll just leave this. We'll come back and discuss it. Oh, wait a minute. We got a few in the queue. Thank you, Eric. Commissioner Scott.
Yes, I'll yield to Commissioner Mason and then come back with what I was
All
going to
right,
say.
Commissioner Mason.
All right, I just want to ensure that, 'cause we've got a couple people talking, we don't know how many applicants come through. There may be a few, may not be that many. We need to know exactly what it is. There should be a record of what it is so that we can make a good decision. What was it in January, February, March, April, May? We need specific information so that when you say you might be too bogged down, or it's only two, I'm not bogged down. If it's 200, I'm bogged down, right?
We are able to provide that
Okay,
information.
that's
So
what we need.
We'll bring it and we'll put it in print form and communicate that so that it can be in the updated packet.
Okay. We got that, so we'll put that in and we'll bring this back to the table for more discussion. All right. Anybody else? Commissioner Scott? Are you?
I believe we have to make a motion to bring this back in with the additional information that was just stated, and hopefully we can have someone else here, Mr. Barber, whoever, to come and speak. I make a motion that we bring this back at the next committee cycle.
Thank you. I got a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you. Got a motion and a second. Voting, Ms. Bonner. Yes.
It's unanimous.
Thank you, Eric, for being here today, and thank you, Director Delaney. All right, moving on.
Item number 3, discussion status of the business and alcohol license for Tiffany's Eatery located at 828 Broad Street, District 1, Super District 9.
Okay. All right, Director Delaney, you have the floor.
Me again. Okay, so with regard to Tiffany's Eatery, of course, we all know that they were on the delegation previously, a couple weeks, about a week and a half ago. And so with regards to that application, it's the 828 Broad Street location. And Tiffany's Eatery was approved during the November 19th, 2024 commission meeting for a 6-month probationary license for Sunday sales. They have, at that time, the Planning and Development Department had recommended denial of the application because they weren't able to meet the state set requirements with regards to the food sales, okay? So once they weren't able to meet that requirement, we recommended denial. What they in turn did after they received the probationary or a provisional Sunday sales license, they started charging a cover charge at the door that would allow them to, well, it doesn't allow them, but what they did is they applied it to their food sales to inflate the food sales numbers. And so from that regard, with that regard, you know, we feel like they still haven't met the criteria. We are personally, not personally, but as a department, we are recommending that their Sunday sales license be revoked. But I want to also make clear that the Sheriff's Department has made us aware of their concerns. You all saw the video that was played. In addition to that, they drafted a letter to us on March 28th and advised us of some of the violations that they saw. So the Planning and Development Department is recommending denial or revocation of the provisional license, but the Sheriff's Office, and I believe they want to speak for themselves, they are asking for action to be taken against the business license and the alcohol license, and I'll let them speak and I can field any questions regarding the ordinance.
Okay, thank you, Director Delaney. Good afternoon, Sheriff. There he is.
Good afternoon. Thank you again for allowing us this moment to speak. I'm here today to respectfully request a suspension of the alcohol and restaurant license of Tiffany's Eatery and Lounge located at 828 Broad Street. As we presented to you all 2 weeks ago, Tiffany's has consistently operated outside the parameters of a restaurant and has instead functioned as a nightclub, charging cover fees, allowing widespread smoking indoors, operating dance floors without permits, and serving alcohol well past allowable hours. Despite our previous discussions and warnings, we continue to experience serious incidents tied to this establishment, including a recent case involving a severely intoxicated individual leaving Tiffany's and causing a large public disturbance. Our deputies have documented repeated violations over the past several months to include ongoing alcohol sales past 3 a.m., strong odor of marijuana inside the business during inspections, smoking violations despite clear warnings and previous citations, fights, large unruly crowds, and public disturbances. Illegal cover charges falsely attributed to food sales and use of DJs and space clearing for dance floors without required licensing. Notably, the business operator, Alpha Lewis, has knowingly misrepresented facts to law enforcement, demonstrating a clear disregard for county ordinances and public safety. While I acknowledge the business has recently made an effort to close on time, these sustained violations and the pattern of noncompliance and the owner's willingness to mislead officers and circumvent the law present a significant and ongoing risk to the safety of our community and downtown district. For those reasons, we respectfully ask the commission to move forward with suspending the alcohol and restaurant license for Tiffany's Eatery and Lounge to protect the public and uphold the integrity of our ordinances. Thank you for your time and your consideration. And also have the videos if those of you who were not here 2 weeks ago would like to see those.
Do any of my colleagues want to see the videos? Replay a video? We all good? Okay. All right, thank you so much for that, Sheriff Brantley, and...
Hold on a second, just before.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go ahead.
Sheriff, I wasn't here for the videos. I'm not saying play them right now, but what I would ask you is, there's a video showing clear evidence of these violations that you're talking about, or certain violations that you're talking about?
Yes, sir. I have the thumb drive here, and I also have Sergeant Ortiz, who was there present and who charged him with how many violations, sir?
We've set him for hours.
Okay, please, the mic.
I'm sorry. We've actually cited them for hours of sale, which is serving alcohol past hours, as well as smoking inside the restaurants.
At what point was this, how long has this business been open?
Several years. I actually have the first application, which was in 2021. Was there one before that? There was another one in 2023. Not sure if there was a business application before that.
They've been in and out of compliance with regards to the business license application over the last several years.
Oh, wait a minute.
So they would operate, and then as they explained at commission when they asked for the Sunday sales, there were financial hardships and things like that that prevented them from opening sometimes. So there were times when the business was dormant. And that happens with small businesses. So there was some dormancy during that time frame. So, but they have, they've been open off and on over the last 5 or 6 years.
So, Sheriff Brantley, I know you just recently arrived there, and congratulations once again. But what is the historical data in terms of previous citations? And is there a number of repeat? Have we done anything in the interim? Instead of going directly through, did we do some things in the interim, give them time to, what have we done?
So prior to this year, the only thing that happened there was a couple altercations. I believe it was a complaint by the owner or somebody else harassing them, some issues with the business, but nothing that would warrant citing the actual business.
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out, so you named off a lot of stuff, Sheriff. You named off a lot of stuff, a lot of violations there.
Yes,
so
sir.
I'm trying to figure out, there's all at once, I mean, it's been the last 30 days, the whole year, what are we talking about?
Since February 15th.
That's just been a few months.
Well, since my coming in office,
Right.
since January, we started, the first incident was on February the 15th at about 3 a.m. We had another incident on March 9th.
So I actually approached the business on February 8th and advised them that I've been getting information that they've been serving alcohol past hours. This was prior to actually catching them. This was their, hey, we're hearing about this. If it's happening, stop it.
So kind of a warning,
Given
warning shot
warning ahead of
fired.
time.
Okay, that's all I need to know. What are we doing?
On February 15th, deputies went to the business because it was after bar hours, a huge crowd out front, kind of blocking the roadway, not blocking the roadway, blocking the sidewalk, everybody trying to get in at once. There was no orderly line. It was just like a mass crowd up front. Deputies go in there. As they go in there, actually seeing one of the bartenders at 3 a.m. pouring alcohol. Alcohol was supposed to be stopped at 2:30. Well, this was the very next weekend after I told them that if this happened, to stop it. On March 9th, on the February 22nd, I went back there, found the actual manager who was working, cited them for serving past hours, and actually handed them the code section for when they're allowed to serve and when they're not allowed to serve.
Okay.
Also, I advised them that smoking inside the business, which had been observed by myself and other deputies, was not allowed. It's illegal. You can't smoke inside a business, including e-cigarettes and vapes, and the hookah lamps or hookah things that they have.
Hookah.
Yeah, kind of like
I know what it is. I'm trying to figure out what.
She said she understood. She'd take them down. This was February 2nd. On March 9th, I went back in there, made contact with the agent, which was Mr. Alpha Lewis, after noticing a bunch of smoke coming from the loud music, and you can see inside it was just cloudy as can be. Everybody smoking in there. Now, again, I had just given them the weekend prior to that, told them you can't do this in here anymore. All right, go back in there, tell them they got to stop smoking, they can't do that. He tells me, okay, I'll take care of it. I went back out front, again, huge crowd out front, blocking the doorway, blocking the sidewalks, waited about 20 minutes, none of the smoke dissipated, went back into the business. As I'm looking for Mr. Lewis, I'm walking straight to the back. Mr. Lewis is passing next to two people that are actually smoking, didn't say a thing to him.
Excuse me, Mr. Lane, don't go too far. You probably need to come on back up.
After I observed Mr. Lewis pass two people, didn't say anything to him. I told him, hey, they can't be smoking in here. He said, well, they're doing whatever they want. I told them they can't, but they're doing it anyway. I was like, well, if you can't make them stop, then we're going to have to close business. He tells me at that time that they're going to go ahead and close for that night. On March 15, 2025, at about 3 o'clock in the morning, deputies went to the area because there was a large crowd again forming outside the business, nothing orderly, just a mass crowd forming inside the business. The only thing that was between them and the business was, I think it was 2 or 3 security officers. While there, they observed a large commotion that was happening inside. Commotion, one male exits the business with a bloody nose, bloody mouth. They approach him. He says he doesn't want to talk, doesn't want to do anything, keeps on going. And then the commotion which happened inside started outside, the fight started happening outside. After all parties were separated, they kind of sent them on their way. They go inside, and I believe it was Deputy Donald advised that while inside the establishment, deputies also detected a strong odor of marijuana coming from inside the building. Tiffany's Eatery and Lounge continues to serve alcohol under the pretense that they are also selling food. However, it's becoming a problem. Inside the business was the same manager who I cited for serving past hours, as well as told them that they cannot be smoking in there. The next time was March 16th.
I've heard enough. Mr. Laney, are there any open code violations?
Open code violations, no.
But you did have previous code violations during this period of time that he's talking about, or what?
Not with regards to the structure.
Okay.
But they have code violations if you're talking structural code violations.
Any violations that
They have
violations,
violated.
we have these violations.
They have
going on,
violated
other violations.
They have violated the zoning ordinance and the alcohol ordinance. Yes, we were made aware of the alcohol ordinance situation in March, and then Mr. Ortiz told us he would provide a letter so we didn't have to stand here and try to talk through it. And he did provide that letter on March 28th with all of the instances in February. But this became a bigger problem after they received their Sunday sales. We didn't have this many incidents with them prior to October, November of last year.
Okay, so something was going right and then something changed somewhere. All right, thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What time of day or night are we having these issues with this business?
This is usually after 2 o'clock, between 2 and 4 in the morning.
Okay. Mr. Laney, you said that this has been happening since they've gotten their Sunday sales, correct? More frequently. Okay. So the department has suggested to revoke the Sunday sales, correct?
We understand what's going on. We understand the sheriff's position, but we also are trying to be sensitive to the business owner at the same time. So what we're looking at it from the perspective of, let's walk back one privilege. At this time, we're recommending the walking back of one privilege. We understand if there's a desire to do more, but this would allow them to still be a profitable and viable business.
What time does the restaurants typically close in downtown Augusta?
Typically, but theirs is a little different.
Just talk to me.
But they should be closing at 1:55 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I support revoking the Sunday sales. I think that would be a fair thing to do. I think my only concern, and I appreciate our officers, I appreciate the sheriff's office. What my concern here is with revoking the restaurant license is it doesn't seem as though they're having an issue as a restaurant during the daytime. It seems that at a certain time of night is when the ruckus starts. And I know that we've dealt with issues in the past with certain businesses where there were like actual murders happening there as a result of the activity happening. And as of my knowledge, this business hasn't been in that boat. There haven't been any murders or anything like that. There's been businesses that's come before us who have had murders and they walked away without even probation. So I think in this case, I get what we want to do here, but would it be more feasible to allow this business to close at a certain time, even before 2 o'clock in the morning, have them close before that, allow them to continue their service as a restaurant, but put them on a 6-month probation period to where if there's any other violations, then they're held to the same standard that we're holding the others to, or we take the recommendation that the sheriff's office is putting out. I mean, this is similar to what we've discussed in the past.
I think there's a middle ground. I would recommend revocation of the Sunday sales and that their alcohol license be placed on probation for 6 months, and then we can report back. That's what I would recommend. The business license violations and the alcohol violations, I think the property operators have been willing to communicate that they'll reduce hours, they'll hire more security, they'll be more assertive. But I want to make clear that whatever the sheriff needs, we also are going to support because they are the ones after code enforcement. They're the ones that go out there. So we are supportive, but I do put that recommendation forward for the revocation of Sunday sales and the probation of the alcohol license as a whole for this particular establishment.
And within that 6-month period, would the commission be able to put in the same, like similar parameters that we put in for some of the stores that came before us about a year or so ago? Or would that not be necessary in this regard?
The commission with
I'm closing at a certain time and, those types of things.
The commission with their legal counsel have the ability to set those parameters, provided legal can help with the wording. The commission does have the ability to have some requirements or conditions on these licenses, but legal would be the best to speak about how to articulate that.
Can we get a determination or a weigh-in from legal?
We'd be happy to draft whatever you want. I mean, it's basically saying is that you want them to have Sunday sales with probation. I mean, I was a little concerned. It was like no Sunday sales in a 6-month on the liquor license, but I was missing the last part of that.
I think what we said was revoke Sunday sales and put the alcohol license on suspension for 6 months.
But I thought you had I thought that there was a third point that you were trying to say that.
I think that the sheriff and the department is wanting to weigh in, and maybe that'll help us clear up a little bit. Madam Chair?
Yes, I'm gonna speak real quick. I've been wanting to speak. And Sheriff, you're the new, you came in January, you've made a lot of improvements, and I appreciate your recommendation, because I'm gonna say this, from what I've read, from February 15th, strong odor of marijuana, okay, inside, on March 9th, to no smoking ordinance, but continue to smoke even after told not to by deputies. March 15th, 3, somebody leaving with bloody nose and mouth, okay? Lounge continues to serve alcohol under the pretense that they are also selling food. I don't think there's any food being sold I don't think there's breakfast at Tiffany's at this place. I just don't. I'm sorry to say it. I don't go in there, but from what I'm seeing, I don't think breakfast is being served. 4, March 16th, one patron was even observed dancing on top of a table, and there's a DJ, but yet there's no license for a DJ. We don't have, I mean, nobody applied for what, a DJ. Is that correct? Okay, all right. 5, March 23rd, Dorman charging a cover to enter, which made it clear that it was now a club and not a restaurant. Then on February 25th, DJ there and making room for a dance floor without applying for proper license. To me, this is clear that this establishment will only continue to disregard the law. They have been warned on several occasions, I just named dates, probably more, that they're going to disobey. We don't need Richmond County Sheriff's Office over there this many times. And if I'm not mistaken, too, was it over Masters Weekend that there was an incident where a deputy had to be taken to the hospital?
That was on April 13th.
Yeah, that was Masters Weekend. Okay, so when we have a deputy being taken to a hospital, what's next? We just had an incident this past weekend with 2 Columbia County deputies, and it didn't end well at all. Is that what we want next? Is that what we want next? A deputy's been hurt and sent to the hospital. What's next? Are we gonna get somebody shot out front on Broad Street? I'm gonna say this, and I hear my colleagues, but I am with the Sheriff's Department on that the alcohol and restaurant license needs to be suspended. And that's where I am, and I'm gonna be a fair person. I'm gonna let you both have your say, but this is where I stand, and I am behind the sheriff and investigate Ortiz and Chief of Staff Louis Blanchard. I mean, I've got to support our sheriff's department. That's safety. So I'm going to allow. We got some commissioners in the queue to speak, and then I'm going to let you have your say. Commissioner Scott.
Yes, Madam Chair. May I ask the owner and operator some questions about your establishment? Number one, do you have the correct equipment, like industrial refrigerators, a stove, to prepare the food, and have someone from the sheriff department or whoever been there to say, yes, it's operational?
We just had an inspection Tuesday from the health department, and we got a 99A. So they come and look at all of that, what you just said.
Okay. Madam, I have another question.
Yes, sure. Go ahead.
What days and time do you operate as a restaurant?
Every day we operate as a restaurant, but on Fridays and Saturdays, we went to doing late sales. Like, we've been there 5 years with no incident, nothing never happened there. So February, we started doing late sales to try to meet the 50%. But as the officer says, it's like everybody coming from every other club, and they come there late night. So you might have 200 people out the door. You know, our securities are only letting 5 people in at a time, and They're only searching for sharp objects, guns, knives. The incidents that they're talking about was outside. But by people coming to our restaurant, they already drunk. If they had marijuana or something, they can't feel that. All they searching for a sharp object. So if they come in there and smoke, the securities grab them and throw them out. But like I said, we never had these type of incidents there. We've been there 5 years. We just started doing the late sales in February, and we stopped doing it after the last meeting we had here because we're not trying to make law enforcement job harder or, we just want to obey the law and the ordinance of the city.
Let me see. Good afternoon. My name is Florence Henley, and I am the owner of Tiffany's Eatery. And yes, we have been there 5 years without one incident, without one call to the sheriff department. And the incident that Sergeant, I'm not sure, Ortiz is talking about, we had one citation, which we went to court on that, and they put it off as a warning. There was nothing else ever given to us saying that, oh, this is wrong, this is wrong. If he told us something that was wrong, we corrected it at that point. So with all these other incidents by March this, that never happened. We had one incident that we have on record. I don't know whatever else they are talking about. We had one incident. So before that, you wouldn't even know Tiffany's Eatery was even in Augusta. We've been there 5 years without one incident. They have never come to Tiffany's Eatery before March, and this is April?
And we stopped doing the late night because of those incidents that happened.
Right, we're there on it.
So we can, agree with law enforcement to do what's right because we don't want the problems either. And we don't want law enforcement having problems down there. So that's why we agreed to stop doing late night sales. But we never had an incident there. You can't make up 5 years. You can't fake it for that long. And the DJ that was there, we was doing karaoke in there only on Friday and Saturday, and we didn't know we couldn't do karaoke in there. And once he told us to stop that, he know we stopped that
The same night.
The same night. He said, stop that. That is something that wasn't ongoing, and we kept doing. When they tried to charge on the door, we stopped that once he said, you can't do that. He brought a paper in there, Mr. Lewis, you can't do that. We stopped that because we was trying to pre-sale food before they get in there. We give them a ticket for what they bought. They give us the ticket and they get their food. But we haven't had no violations there. You can't fake 5 years, and we only been doing the late night stuff. It ain't even been 90 days. But we started on, I think what that was?
We started it in February.
February, and we stopped it.
So it's been February, March, and now April, 3 months.
And we stopped it in April. The last meeting we had, we stopped it because of the incidents, what happened with the law officers. So.
Okay, did you say that you hadn't had any officers until what, March?
Yes, not till March.
And another thing, we hired police detail, and that didn't stop because they're coming there from every other club drunk. So when we hired police detail, they didn't even respect law enforcement being there.
Excuse me, let me say that again, I'm sorry.
Did you say just a few minutes ago, second ago, that nobody had come until March?
Yes.
Okay. February 15th, it says that there was a deputy that was there, and that's on February 15th, smelt the strong odor of marijuana. So they were there before March.
Okay,
It's
well,
February 15th.
if he were there February 15th and he smelled that, they didn't give us notice that they did that.
And that was at approximately 300 hours.
They didn't give us notice. We didn't get a notice.
Okay, well. All right, I'm going to let Commissioner Slindak speak, please. Go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. I'm greatly troubled by a lot of this. Charging a cover to bump up your food sales, that's not right. I, for one, would love to see that video again.
Can we do that, please? Thank you, Commissioner Slindak. May we play the video one more time?
Of all the violations?
No, just the one, the latest. You missed it last week, didn't you? Okay.
We had a couple incident reports where we actually went over there and they saw the infractions and then not let it go. And there was also a citation for smoking, which was, I want to say April 5th, not 15th, the following weekend, where they actually called me to the scene and said, hey, they're smoking inside again. And Mr. Lewis was also present. He's the one that actually got cited that night.
Yeah, you gave me a citation for that night, and I did.
Right, that's for the business. So to say that there's nothing in the business, that's incorrect.
No, we got that under control. If it's 75 people in there, and they in the security catch somebody smoking and bring them to the police, like we can't control what people have in their shoe and they go in the bathroom and pull out and smoke.
You can't control that?
We can't make people take their shoes off, but when we catch them smoking, the security kick them out.
Okay, so, okay, you said you couldn't control it, so that's scary right there within itself. Okay.
And we can't control it. We just telling you they only check for sharp objects. So if somebody got a cigarette in their shoe.
There you go. Thanks. Walking Beans, which is supposed to be a restaurant. All the other places on downtown are closed. It's now 2:20 p.m. and this is the crowd standing outside. People trying to get into the place after everything else is closed. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. Excuse me. I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, my bad. No, you're good. Thank you. On the flash, I'm like, when I get bangs on. Baby got a pretty face, ass on. Get her all set, bitch. Never had me. I ain't taking shit, man. Bitch, I said what I said. You good? Restaurant. As you'll see, there's no tables, nobody eating. Place is smoking. Smoking cigarettes. No food house anywhere. They have, however, put up their alcohol so they're not serving from the bar at this time. Dancing on the dance floor. And clear out the restaurant.
Thank you for that. I'm just curious where the breakfast and tables are, and they got, okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go to Commissioner Slindak. She's still in the queue.
Yes, I was just going to say, I didn't see anybody eat anything in there. It didn't sound like karaoke.
You can't speak out like
They
that.
didn't have the camera on the tables. The tables were on the side. I saw some of the tables in there, but they just had the camera going straight through.
Yeah, and it sounded like it didn't sound like karaoke either. But I'm just saying the fact that you guys knowingly were charging at the door to help cover your food.
We tried to charge at the door, but
You don't do that though.
it didn't happen.
Well, I got you saying it didn't. I've got the sheriff's office saying it is.
Show us charging
So,
Madam Chair, they should be talking through the chair instead
That's
of
correct.
Directly to the commissioner.
That's correct. Thank you, Mayor.
Personally, I don't believe you guys are
obeying,
willing to. I think you've ignored some warnings before, whether you plead ignorance or what. I didn't know. We didn't know, but the sheriff's office, and they know. If they think this business is not doing right by code or causing a problem, and I know people can say, well, you know, you can say that about a bunch of other clubs. Well, you know what? Maybe they need to be looked at too, because the whole thing is we want to keep the city safe. So I personally, I don't believe, I'm just gonna, I'll get out, I'll let somebody else speak, but I think we've shown a willful disregard for this, knowing your food sales aren't there. And that's just what I say right now, so.
Thank you, District 1.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, I want to get back to the point of resolution. There's been two suggestions on the floor presented to us. I guess what my whole hang up here is that, again, if the issue has been the times, if there's been no issues prior to the extended hour aspect of this, then I believe the issue on the floor is the extended hour issue. There was a fight outside after hours, there was smoking after hours, there was drinking after hours. The after hours portion should be dealt with. I'll also submit that there's not a club or bar or anything downtown that's not smoking on the inside. I know that for a fact. There's also clubs and bars or whatever else you want to call in other parts of the city, like Commissioner Slindak said, that had fights not just outside, but on the inside. And I can show a video on Facebook of these straight out brawls in these clubs, straight out smoking in these clubs. Bottle girls walk around looking like strippers. Like, the selective outrage here is frustrating to me, especially if we know for a fact that the after hours aspect is what's the problem. Deal with the after hours aspect. And if the commission decides to make an official action after that, then they get what they deserve. But I think that to help the sheriff's office and to make the middle ground that the planning department is asking for, you make them close early and you put those parameters on them. Just like, you know, when the gas station folks came and said, well, we can't control what they do on the outside. So we didn't even give them probation. I know there were some restaurants that was operating and had minors on the inside. They had to shut down because they had minors on the inside. The commission did nothing about it. So I want us to just be fair with them as much as we can. I understand there's been some drama going on here, but we have the ability to correct that. They screw up again. And I'll also say this, and I'll get out of the queue, to say that there's been no regard, or to say that they're ignoring what the city is saying. I mean, if that was the case, then they would still be open past 3 o'clock in the morning. They've been closing down early. So I think there's some willingness here to cooperate. It's just going to be a matter of whether we want to accept the willingness, or whether we want to be heavy-handed because it happened during Masters Week and it happened downtown. Like, it's happening all over our city every single weekend. There was shootings and all kinds of stuff happening in downtown all the time. You know, so I think there's a middle ground that we can meet here. It's just a matter of the commission willing to take the middle ground.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. I'm going to go to Commissioner Mason.
Yeah, a couple of things. And yeah, stuff is happening all the time downtown, but for me, that's not a viable answer, because we're not going to do anything about it and nothing's going to change. The safety of our citizens is utmost. Now, I'm concerned with some of the verbiage that's being utilized or being stated by the applicants. And now seeing that video, which I tried to tell you, don't let me see it, but since I've seen it anyway, what is the maximum capacity of that business? Max capacity. Is there a fire person here?
I'm here to,
Have you?
but I don't have a list of occupant loads with me. Should be posted in the building.
No, but that's something that you check. Not you in particular,
Yes,
but.
sir. Yes, sir.
So who can tell me the maximum capacity? Okay, and while she's looking it up, a couple of things that concern me, because there's a couple of ways that I'm seeing that video. I'll give you the second way, which is a little bit more positive than what I'm going to say right now. But a lot of the verbiage that's being used, I tried, I can't control it, this and that. You have a responsibility. You're accountable for that. No accountability, no responsibility, no credibility. That's how it goes. You got to be accountable, you got to be responsible, and you got to be credible. But if you're not taking the accountability and responsibility, I can't look at it as being credible. We tried. We can't control it. Well, then that means you're not putting in the right parameters. If they're in the bathroom, you've got somebody in the bathroom then at all times. You see what I'm saying? If you know where the problems are, you put the people into place that help correct the problems. Now, what I see with all those extra people there, I see money for Augusta, Richmond County. They ain't got nowhere to go. Let's do some other business and get it enough to be able to get people in somewhere. So there's different ways you can look at that, because I'm seeing tax money, but not the way that that's going. You see? So you got 200 or 300 people. What you've even said yourself, that's a lot of folk. Let's get some of that money for the city, for your ROI. But you have to have an effective plan. Now, and I've said this before, and people kind of laugh. In order to be an effective, I'm using that as a game, but it's not a game. In order to be an effective player, you have to know the rules of the game, understand the rules of the game, then you can execute. We have certain rules. Understand what they are. You can't play basketball, football rules. Pick up the ball, running with it, there's going to be a consequence to pay. Whistle going to blow? You can do that in football, run with it. Not in basketball. That's a consequence. Understand what the rules are. It appears to me, what I'm hearing, that there's been some information given. Sounds like you gave them some paperwork in terms of, what's supposed to be and so forth. Now, it concerns me, because I know the health department. Now, when we can say 99.5 on the score, but if the kitchen ain't used, I mean, I get a high score. I'm just saying, based on, you see what I'm saying? So, again, where the judges at? I'm sitting here, now I don't get paid like this. Come on now. No, I'm trying to be serious, but I see opportunities. But I also understand that we have a commitment to this community. And when I hear an owner say, well, I tried, I can't control it, no, that's not going to work.
When I said I can't control it, I was talking about, like, far as when they put something in.
Well, I understand that, but you say they're smoking in my bathroom, they're doing this and that.
I say they'll go in the bathroom.
That's your bathroom.
Yeah, but I ain't know we can have somebody in the bathroom.
It's your bathroom. It's your business. Like we go. Well, you ain't supposed to be a club, I guess, but we go to the club. There's somebody in the bathroom passing out towels or whatever the case may be. Don't do it. Okay, leave it alone. Let me leave it alone.
Our bathroom is made for one person only. But we stop the late nights just to get rid of all that.
Okay, so let me get out the cues, because Commissioner Johnson looking at me. Let me get out the cue, but let me say this. I've said it before. There's got to be accountability. Got to be responsibility, and we have to have solutions, not, I don't know, get some courses of action in order to rectify the problem. We can help you like that, but when you don't have no courses of action, I can't do this, this is happening, that's not going to work. I'm seeing all these people on the outside, figure out something to do to get them on the inside or get another building, whatever the case may be. and then try to work that. But as it stands right now, the way this is looking, and in that video, I can clearly see it's just. And what time was it supposed to be closed? 2 o'clock, you said?
Now, since the 15th, I believe it was, 2 o'clock, but this video was actually at 2:19 on the.
Yeah, I saw the video stamp. I mean the time stamp. So on that one, they weren't supposed to close at 3.
No, they could have stayed open later because they are considered a restaurant.
Well, wait a minute. You just said they hooking, not hooking. He said a lot, couldn't he? Hookah. The marijuana, all that type of stuff.
Yes, sir.
And you're saying it's a club.
Every time I've gone in there, that's pretty much how it's looked until the last couple times.
Is there a dance floor?
No. There was originally, which has been removed since.
So that means no, there's not one. Oh, what do you mean since?
Since I believe it was about 2 weeks ago.
Never had a dance floor.
14.
Okay.
Whatever they saying was a dance floor is not a dance floor.
It's just like this the whole way through.
That's just like this. Y'all just saw the whole
All right.
inside.
Okay, I'm going to thank you so much for coming down today. I'm going to go real quick, because we've got a long meeting ahead of us, and I'm going to, Sheriff, will you please state again what your recommendation would be? You're the sheriff. You've come in January. Whatever happened last year and the year before, that was under somebody else's, another sheriff, but you're wanting safety. You've done a really good job since you come in. What are your recommendations?
Suspension of the alcohol and restaurant license.
Okay, thank you, Sheriff. I'm going to go ahead and do this. I don't know, this is a committee, so this will come before the commission next week, but I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to, oh, wait a minute, I got people in the queue trying to move on. Should I wait and do my motion? I'll go to District 9, Commissioner Scott.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion to move this without recommendation to the full commission for next week.
All right, well, I was, so I can't make my substitute then?
Why not?
All right, I'd like to make a substitute motion.
You're the chair, you can't make a motion.
Okay, I can't make a motion. Oh, daggum. Well, all right, I can't make a motion, but my motion will be next week is to have the alcohol and restaurant license considered for suspension, to suspend it. That's where I'm going for next week. But anyway, we'll go ahead, and Commissioner Scott, there's a motion, and a motion second with Commissioner Lewis. So, I'll state your...
Vote? Go ahead, vote.
So we're going to move it to the full commission. That way I get to have my say next week, correct? Is that what this is? All right, we'll go ahead and move it next week. Okay, thank you.
It's unanimous.
Thank you all for being here. Sheriff, somebody will be here next week.
Unfortunately.
Thank you.
I mean, if I'm not out of place here, you know, we're doing all we can to make our downtown safe, to, you know, encourage people to want to come down there and spend money.
Yep.
But, you know, every time you turn on your social media, we have fighting, we have this, we have that. And it's just a bad look. And like I said, we've committed 13 additional officers downtown to work the downtown district. And it seems as if the ones who would want to keep it safe would be the ones who are, you know, making a profit. But unfortunately, that's not happening. And we can't just keep on and keep on. down the same road and expect to get a different result.
And Sheriff, I'm right there with you, and since I'm chair, like they said, I can't make a motion today, but I will be making a motion next week to follow your recommendation as sheriff, that we, take the alcohol and restaurant license, put it on suspension. So that's where I'll be next week when I make my motion. Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Thank you all for being here. All right, Ms. Bonner, do we got any other business? Let's see what we got.
Number 6.
Yes. Okay, item number 6.
Item number 6, discussion regarding underutilized parks.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, this is your item.
Madam Chair, thank you for recognizing. I brought this up because throughout this Augusta-Richmond County, we have 69, 70 parks, and a lot of them are very underutilized, and what we could do is use that money to focus on our bigger parks, and I believe we got Mr. Lanson with ISM to do a little presentation, and then I'll follow up after he finishes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. A.B.
Thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of the commission. This project, I would say this project is something that we've actually been working on for quite a while. We first started with taking an inventory of the facilities with parks. When we did that, we noticed that, you had parks and then you had facilities. So we actually put like a maintenance cost on each, the facility and the park. And so we started there, and we looked at how many parks they were, and started going through the numbers and looking at the budget. So in doing so, there were some questions about park utilizations and actually in-house and within Parks and Rec. So what we did here, to bring everybody up to date, is put together just a short presentation and just kind of give you our overall view where we're at and what methods we use and what the status is and what the schedule is. And basically what we're doing at that point is open it up for discussion, comments, and questions. What's the problem? We came up with a problem statement in the background. Currently, Augusta has approximately 74 park locations, which consists of parks and facilities throughout the county. When we did that maintenance estimate, we came up with $22 million. That's also a report. Based on previous allocation, there were Parks and Rec was allocated on the average of $1.2 million a year. So as you can see that's a big difference there. That's a huge difference. And so, again, that played into, okay, some of these parks, we have to look at and see if we may be able to combine some of them, look at and see which ones are underutilized or what that's not being used. By doing this, this will help. This was actually help long-term planning, both short and long-term planning for the department and for the city. It'll definitely help with future SPLOST projects for short and long-term planning. Reason why that is, there's been, when you look at the previous master plans, in previous SPLOST, there were some projects that were funded, and then all of a sudden, those projects weren't finished, and basically there were funds going to another project that's starting up. So in other words, you had a lot of projects, you began the funding on it, and it wasn't finished. So with this particular tool, we call it, like I said, this decision support system. It'll help, definitely help in planning for both short and long-term future. It'll help the commission make decision and also administration. The methodology that we used was we looked at different variables that would impact whether a park is utilized or underutilized. And those factors were, of course, the maintenance costs, which is what I talked about earlier. That's what we did in the inventory. Also, the park classification, which consists of a mini park, neighborhood park, community park, regional park, and a special purpose facility. Also, condition of the park, whether it's in good condition, fair condition, or poor condition. The other factors are, number 4, the proximity of other parks to a park. In other words, if we have a park that's being, let's just say, 90% utilized, and you have a park less than half a mile away, and that's only being 10% utilized. At the 10% utilized park, you're going to spend on average of probably $100,000 per year on maintenance. So it makes sense to look at that part that's being underutilized and say, hey, let's save $100,000. The other is the park size, less than a half acre, 1 to 5 acres, 5 to 10 acres, 10 to 20 acres, and then anything that's greater than 20 acres. Park usage, which is highly weighted. If a park is being utilized between 67 to 100%, then that's high. Medium, 33% to 67%. And of course, low, 0% to 33%. So with this methodology, I wanted to give an example of what we have and what we've, this is just an example. Everything is accurate here except for the usage, and I'll get a little bit more into that into the presentation. But what you have here is what we call a heat map that consists of all data as it relates to this particular park, and this is Diamond Lakes Regional Park. You see the circles that's around the park. Those circles are radiuses, how far another park is away. I think the first circle you see is a half a mile. The second is 0.75 miles, and the other is one mile radius. So as you can see, with Diamond Lakes, there are no other parks within a mile radius of there. The closest one that you actually see is the Boykin Road Park, which is outside that mile radius. So if you take this information and you got the actual, the estimated annual costs, maintenance costs there, we took those variables and we rated Diamond Lakes. Diamond Lakes, of course, for the first one, park classification is the regional park. So there's 25 points there. The maximum you can get is 35 points. The condition of the park, we say it's fair, which is 2 points. Proximity of other parks would be anything that's greater or equal to a mile is 12 points. So they got the maximum points there because, of course, Boykin Road, it's outside, it's the closest. The park size, Diamond Lakes is greater than 20 acres, so they got a maximum point of 5 points. Now, again, I said I was going to get into the park usage. This is where we need to get some additional information and to quantify it. So we came up with a numbering system here, which is 5 points is low, medium is 25, and high is 45. On this particular, for park usage, there was some data that was in the 2016 master plan, and they had a usage on these parks However, after doing some further research and some detailed research, we found out that, you know, it wasn't quantified. So it was, well, we feel like it's, you know, low, or we feel like it's high. So what we're doing now, we bought cameras, and we're putting cameras at each park. And what we're doing is actually quantifying and looking at what the traffic is at each one of these parks. So I think it's going to help out the commissioners and administration a whole lot, because at that point, you know, the camera's not going to lie. You know, you actually have those data. So that's where we're at right now, and we're in the process of getting those cameras set up and collecting those data. And so once we get that piece in, we'll have the whole piece to this puzzle, and can give you guys something probably within the next 4 to 5 months, actual report. So I also did do a schedule based on this. Let me go back to the underutilized part. If you look to the bottom of the presentation, you got the maximum point, which is 100 points, and the minimal points is 10 points. So as you can see with this, you know, Diamond Lakes would actually get 89. So what we did, we kind of did it like a grading system in school. Anything above 60 to 100 is a park that is being properly utilized. And anything below 59 and below is we would consider underutilized. So I did want to point that out. Once we get this in place, I think this would be extremely advantageous to the body and to administration and to the city as a whole. So like I say, for both short and long-term. Next, I do want to talk about a schedule. We have a schedule here. The estimated annual maintenance cost, that's 100%, that's completed. Determining the park classification, that's 100% completed. Condition of the park facility, it's 100% completed. And proximity of other parks, that's 100% completed, and park size is 100% completed. So like I said, where we're at is with the park usage. We've started researching the park capacity, because based on any design that you do, whether it's a building, roadway, or what have you, you design for a certain capacity. So that's data that we just have to get. And then we're getting the actual with the cameras. So if you have the actual and you have the maximum, you divide the two, and that'll give you your percentage of usage. Like I said, we've purchased the cameras, so that's 100%. And so we're about to deploy the cameras probably within the next couple of weeks. As we deploy the camera, this data will actually be collected, and we have staff in-house that will collect this data and analyze it as we go along. And then lastly, we'll develop a formal report on this process and this support system, and we'll disseminate that to administration and, of course, to the commission, the body. So with that, I'll open it up for discussion, comments, and questions.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem? In the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Lansing, thank you for doing such a thorough proposal for us, and I look forward to seeing the percentages come back as far as the usage. You know, with 74 locations, how many community parks do we have, such as Diamond Lakes, the Lumpkin Road? There's actually one within a quarter mile. There's 2 of them on Lumpkin Road. So do we need both of them? So my whole reasoning for putting this on the agenda is to reduce our exposure. And what we could do with the savings by closing down the underutilized parks is focus on our community parks. Make them better, Diamond Lakes, Lumpkin Road, and throughout all the, throughout Augusta, Richmond County fairly. But what we could do with the land is to sell it. And with the proceeds from there, I would like to see it, reinvest into our river watch, our lock and dam, the boathouse, put it back to where it's actually, quality of life things that we could actually see, touch, and do, to where it brings and attracts people into the Augusta, Richmond County area. So hopefully it'll come back in time for our budget session and we can look at that.
Yeah, if we, I don't know, let me see. I'm trying to see if I can get this thing to go back. But if you look at the previous, my tech savvy is off. But if you look at the previous page schedule, we have that schedule on there, and we're trying to meet the budget deadline. So I think we'll at least get about 3 to 4 months of data, which means that we're getting it in the peak time.
120 days.
Which is the spring, which is the spring and the summertime. So that'll be the peak time where people go to the park and that type of stuff.
Okay. Madam Chair, can I ask the attorney a question?
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you. Mr. Plunkett, as far as in a couple of months, once we deem what parts that are underutilized and we're going to be selling, do we have to go through the land bank? What's the procedure for us to sell land within Augusta, Richmond County?
You cannot direct, you can go through our bidding process, and we have disposed of property that way before. We can't direct negotiate for sale, but we can certainly put it out for bid.
Okay, for real estate agents to bid on it like what we did that during Fred Russell days?
Yes, we did.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, too. Commissioner Lewis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lassen, for giving us this thorough rendition of helping us with Commissioner Guilfoyle's request to try to do something with these underutilized parks. And as you were doing your presentation, I was sitting here thinking before you got to the part about installing the cameras, I was trying to figure out how were you going to determine what was underutilized. But I think you hit the nail on the head. This is a big operation for you to install 74 cameras. You install a camera at every park.
Yes.
And you will subsequently download all of that data and information as far as the traffic, the amount of persons that are entering the park, and you'll compile all of that.
That's right. We actually have a new engineer on staff, and then we have about 2 or 3 interns that's coming in, so they'll be busy.
I guess they will be. This will be a first time for this right here. I do understand that we do have some parks that are not being utilized, but I'm just afraid that I think we need to have some input from the community when we do gather this information, comprise this information, and start disseminating, that we have some input from some of our community stakeholders when it comes down to what's being done and what has been done in their parks, and how we define their parks as not being used enough. So it's one of the ones that's going to be on the hit list, and no community is going to want their parks to be put on their hit list. So I think that we make sure that we do our due diligence and have the correct rationale as to why we think is best, to do this with this particular park, because you have another park that you can go to, whatever information that we can share. I think is going to be very important that we have everything in order, because I can see that there's going to be some resistance to these park closures. I can see that. But the overall effect of what we're trying to do is to minimize what's not working in the city and what's working. But we got to keep in mind that everybody feels like their parks in their community, in their neighborhood, is worth saving. So let's make sure we keep that in mind. Thank you again for the hard work that you've done so far, and we look forward to the rest of this data that you'll be sharing with us in the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. I'm going to go to the administrator.
Thank you, Commissioner Rice. If I could just actually commend not only ISM and their team, because they have done a phenomenal job, but Ms. Williams and her team, as well as Deputy Jackson, who was spearheading this until Ms. Williams came on board. What I like about what ISM is recommending is to make sure that we have the data so that we are making data-driven decisions in the governing body. This actually will start our kickoff discussions on some of the tough decisions that we are going to have to make as it relates to our 2026 budget. As you initially saw on the first slide, we have only $1.2 million allocated to the maintenance of all of these facilities, and they're estimated at $22 million to keep them currently maintained as they should be. So I know there are going to be a lot of discussion. I've asked that they bring this back so that we can meet the timeline for our discussions on budget, and I just want everybody to be aware that that is going to have to be a tough decision, because right now, we're not even at 10% of what we need to manage these facilities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator. You're right. I think about all the money that we could be saving in the city for some of these parks that I took a bus tour with a few of my colleagues that might be up here a couple of years ago. And if they called some of them parks, they didn't look like parks. But anyway, we could be saving money and putting the money towards the parks that are being used. That way, those parks could really look good and get rid of some of the ones that aren't being used and save us some money. I'm gonna go to Commissioner Mason.
Well, a couple of things. First of all, when we talk about underutilized parks, the question is, why are they underutilized? What have we done and what haven't we done? The reason why they're not utilized is one got one basketball court up and there's no net. Why are they being underutilized? And what areas are we talking about specifically? Within the city, are we talking about this underutilized? So what I want to make sure of is that you may have 3 or 4 or 5 that's on one side of town, all of them underutilized. We're talking about going. No, that's not going to work. You see what I'm saying? The data-driven information, though, is what I'm looking for, because that's how we make educated decisions. Accountability, responsibility, credibility. This is part of the accountability I'm talking about. Legal. Cameras in the park. What's up with that?
Yes, sir. I just sent a text to one of my law partners about that issue, that whether or not we can have a disclaimer at the park entrance, or, certainly we monitor things through cameras for safety purposes, but this is an independent company that is now presumably filming children. So that's something we're going to look at the next.
I got some concerns about that. 74 cameras also, is that cost efficient? But the more important thing is the legal aspect of it.
We'll be discussing that tomorrow morning.
So those are the type of things that will help as we're making this decision. I appreciate it. Huh?
Yeah, but this, without actually having the actual data, as far as with the camera, I think you're shooting yourself in the leg to determine whether. So I'm not sure how legally.
No, I fully understand. Now, me living out of Diamond Lakes, I can give you some data right now. Mm-hmm. But the point is that we need to make sure that we're passing the common sense test, because where's the sheriff? Well, he's gone. It was the other sheriff anyway. But when we start putting them on, those cameras out on the streets, all in Barton Village and other places, you get the tags and all that. We came up underneath some scrutiny as far as what all was those cameras getting. And was it legitimate to use them in that manner? And so I don't remember exactly what came of it. I know we eventually did put up some, but we had some backlash in terms of being able to do that right away, because it was privacy issues and whatnot. So I just want to make sure that we're not just arbitrarily throwing out cameras, and especially considering the fact that we're talking about a contracted company. So we want to cover ourselves, we want to cover them. And we will make sure we're doing everything right. So add that in your assessments and your analysis as you're going.
We have that noted, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Mason. I'm going to go to Commissioner Scott.
Yes, ma'am, Madam Chair. I recommend we receive this as information and go forward with what they're going to do with legal, having some input of what you're doing. Thank you. Thank you for your job. Good job.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ladson, for everything. Yeah, okay, go ahead.
I just want to make a point here. Oh, do we have any directors in here? Reports, data-driven information. That's what helps us as a commission, very good, make educated decisions. So we need points of information at certain times. You got reports that you can put together that proves your data versus coming up here, well, I think we have X amount of, well, that's not going to work. There we go.
Thank you.
Okay, so we were receiving his information. Oh, wait a minute, this is, wait. This isn't even, wait a minute. We're receiving his information, so after this, we are done with public services.
Madam Chair, were we going to just do it without objection, please?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it adjourned to 2 hours and 7
Look, that's the longest committee I've ever ran.
Madam Clerk, Engineering Services come to order. Is there any additions or deletions to the agenda?
No, sir.
No? Hearing none, I would offer up a consent agenda of, hold on just a second. Yeah, I didn't do one. 1, 2, and 2. Oh, 2. Okay. So, okay. All right. Consent agenda item number 4, 5, 7, 17, and 18. Is there any other additional items for consent agenda to be added or deleted from the committee?
Motion to approve.
I got a motion to approve. Is there a second? Commissioner Clark, you had a, is there a second? There's a second. Did you have a?
We're good.
Question? We're good. We're voting.
It's unanimous.
All right, it's magnanimous. Madam Clerk, I want to go to, first I want to go to item number 20. Item number 20. This should be a quick one.
Item number 20, discussion installation of traffic lights or other traffic devices at Squire and Barton Chapel Road.
Mm-hmm. And District 4 thanks you for the light that was put up on Tobacco Road across from the IGA and the Captain D's and all that. Not Captain D's, but whatever the heck it is. We appreciate it. The Taco Bells, I think it is. Yeah. And there we are.
Are you ready for me to start, sir?
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. And I know we've been here a while, so and we have several more things to cover, so I'll try to keep this brief.
Well, as long as it's correct and yeah, that's fine.
Data-driven.
There we go. Now that's not what I'm talking about.
So a month ago or so, you asked us to look into Squire Lane at Barton Chapel.
Mm-hmm.
So we've done that.
Okay.
So as requested, AED conducted a traffic signal study at the intersection of Barton Chapel and Squire Lane. It was found that the traffic signal was not warranted at this location. None of the warrants met the study. That's just a real short way to say that we looked at all of the possibilities to warrant a traffic signal, and at this location, mainly due to the low volume on the side streets and the lack of crashes, even though it is, there are some traffic issues, there weren't a whole lot of crashes that would trigger a signal warrant.
And we're happy for that.
However, due to the high volume of speed and traffic on Barton Chapel Road, especially during peak school times, residents of the area would like some additional assistance in safely navigating in and out of their community. So we understand that. And we understand that there is a school nearby and they face the same challenges that a lot of people do that are near schools. And traffic is really heavy for a couple times a day as people drop off their students or pick them up. So after reviewing this study, and we also are working with ISM on this particular intersection. Based on the traffic issues, TE recommends an improvement called a continuous T, and I'll show you what that is in just a second. There are many benefits to this upgrade that would make it easier for nearby residents to access Barton Chapel Road out of their community, even during the peak school times. This improvement will help reduce the number of decisions that a driver will have to make turning left across multiple lanes of traffic in 2 different directions. So just a quick aside. One of the most difficult things you can do as a driver is to try to turn left across 2 directions of traffic that are uncontrolled. So that's the location, that's the situation we have at this location. So I think most of us know the challenges of that. If you're on Tobacco Road or Washington Road or Riverwatch or whatever, when you try to turn left across multiple lanes of high-speed, high-volume traffic, it's a difficult thing to do, regardless of who you are. So what is a continuous T? So this is an example of a continuous T intersection. What I want you to focus on is the red dash line. So the bottom leg of the T would be the local street, would be Squire Lane. And then the top of the T, the left and right, would be Barton Chapel. So what this does is it cuts the amount of decisions you have to make to turn out of your local street in half. So instead of worrying about both directions of traffic simultaneously, instead of worrying about, judging the speed of the traffic as it's coming from you from different directions, and you also have to have gaps in traffic, and they have to line up just right in order for you to be able to turn. This eliminates half of the equation. So basically, you build up the middle of the intersection, and what you do is the person turning out of the local street or the bottom part of the T only has to worry about who's coming down the road, and then they get into the middle of the road and they have a safe space, a safe haven, and then they can focus on the other direction. And so it's almost like an acceleration lane, but instead of putting it on the edge of the road, we put it in the middle. And you can protect that vehicle that's on that dash red line you can install striping, but that's not really the best way to do it, is to put some sort of raised device in the middle of the road that would deter a vehicle coming in any direction, but specifically the one on the opposite side of the road from hitting somebody that's in that space waiting for a gap in traffic to pull out. This is an example of a real-life continuous T. This one happens to be in Virginia, but I think it illustrates the point really well in that, there's 3 lanes heading in the one direction. And so they just have to get across those 3 lanes. Then they have a safe place to sit while they navigate the other 2 lanes that are going in the opposite direction. And also, closer to home, there's a continuous T in Columbia County. So you can see here that this is Bransford Road and Hereford Farm Road. So it's about halfway between Evans and Grovetown. So they've installed a continuous T, and it's a bit different than the one in Virginia, but again, it serves its purpose in that the traffic going on Hereford Farm Road gets to continue on through without stopping, but somebody that wants to turn left or right, there's dedicated spaces for that. One thing that I didn't put on one of these slides that I'd also like to mention is if for whatever reason we install this and it's not working as we hope, it's just for some reason it's just not working as intended, you can always signalize these. So we won't be wasting time or effort if we put this in. And if it's not working out for whatever reason, we can always upgrade it again to include a traffic signal. It's kind of a half of a traffic signal to assist with these turning movements. So there's my presentation and our conclusion.
I actually like it. I'm going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Guilfoyle in just a second. The demographics in that particular area right there and within that subdivision, which is Barton Chapel Hill Estates, is predominantly seniors. And that's where my concern was. And many of them have ailments and illnesses and, ADA issues and those sort of things. And it was causing a lot of issues trying to get to, parks and all that. So having taken that in consideration, I know a lot of times that's not something that's part of the protocol, what's the age group of who's living here. But for us as commissioners, that's how we have to look out for our citizens and do what we can. Now, I didn't think a light could go there, but if we don't try something, we ain't gonna get nothing. So I'm seeing something now, and that's a good thing with this information here. At what point should this be approved or whatever? At what point could that? How long will something like that take?
It shouldn't take too long once we kind of get the survey done and get the design down. We also, I think last time we discussed that we have a major project up and down Barton Chapel Road. We could also work this and combine this with that project. So as we're looking at all of Barton Chapel, we'll take this and we'll look at that piece first. And we're working with ISM already to do that. So I can give you a better, a more definitive answer, but it shouldn't take too long, I guess is the best I could say right now.
Okay, now that's kind of subjective, but here's the thing. If we part of that street widening project road is what causes me to have even more concerns, because what you didn't have, you had all those apartments built, right? That's right there on the corner, the new gas station. Then you had all those townhouses that I forgot that company from Atlanta came in and put all those houses up that wasn't there before. Now they're all coming down that street. We're widening that part already, and they've got little construction. They got construction up is causing some additional issues. They wanted to put a store right there on the corner of old McDuffie. That would have been more traffic. And so we're talking about bringing in more traffic, and that's what really drove the need for this issue even more so. So I appreciate the fact that it can be put in there, but one of the things that I don't want to see is that it be put in with that project, but then that's the last thing that's done. You see what I'm saying?
This should be able to be, even if it's put in a way that's temporary in nature, this should be able to put in much sooner than that.
Good to go. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask engineer and traffic question?
Sure.
Mr. Ushry, as far as, I appreciate you bringing this presentation. Hedford Farm Road, a lot of people was confused about how it worked, but they love it now. I will say that. You said as far as this intersection right here, you could upgrade it later. Will the wires, the infrastructure will already be in place, and then, or would we have to tear it up to put in for the street lights?
No, it could be upgraded without destroying the entire street.
Okay.
That's what you're asking.
Yes, sir, that's exactly what I'm asking. Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. Is there any other comments or questions on this? We see it as information at this point without objection? All right. Huh? Without objection. Madam Clerk? I know she's got it. Madam Clerk, we're going to go to number 1 next.
Item number 1 is discuss downtown TIA Transportation Investment Act and improvements on Broad Street.
Guess we're going to stay here. Tony, go to you next. I'm after him. I know. After him.
We'll be fast.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to get this addressed so that some of our downtown business owners can get back to providing good services at their restaurants. And I believe this is a carryover item from the last meeting that we had. And I'm looking forward to seeing the progress that we've made so far. So if it's in order, Mr. Chairman.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Oh, she loaded it over there? Okay, I'll go over there. Excuse me while I walk to the side.
Oh, it's over there. We can get it done.
Where did you go? Good afternoon again. This is regarding agenda item number 1 on the engineering services, the upgrade for the TIA project on Broad Street and many of the issues that we discussed last time. So regarding parking spaces currently on Broad Street, as Broad Street sits today, there are 760 total parking spaces on the surface street, 17. Including the recessed parking wells. I had that field verified by 2 different staff members, so that number is correct. One thing that the little asterisk that I wanted to make sure that everyone understood was most, if not all, of the surface street stalls, parking stalls, are substandard. They were designed for a different era, and our different vehicles in the 70s and 80s are very different than the typical vehicle owned by a family today. Even if AED, or Augusta Engineering, did nothing else but resurface Broad Street and reinstall everything as is, but we upgrade the parking to be standard, we would lose approximately 140 stalls. So I'd be happy to go over how I came up with that number with you if you have a question about it. But basically, every parking stall that's on Broad Street is 1 to 2 feet too narrow. Mm-hmm. And they're not long enough either, but for this discussion, they're too narrow. So, if you have a vehicle that's like a large SUV or a pickup truck or something, you technically could park between those 2 white lines, but there's no way for you to open your doors, get in and out of your vehicle, et cetera, et cetera. So anyway, taking all that into account, that's how I came up with the 140 stalls. So again, just sort of keep in the back of your mind, if we did nothing else but restripe all the parking to standard, we would lose about 140.
Commissioner Guilfoyle?
Yes, sir. Mr. Ushery, as far as the losing of the 140, that was just in the recessed parking decks is where, the recessed parking areas is where it was caused from?
No, it's every parking stall. So whether it's angled parking on the 1200 block of Broad Street, or it's the parking, the recessed areas, they're all too narrow.
Okay, but as far as the drawings has not come back yet then, apparently.
We got them late last week, and I've incorporated them into this, so you'll see them as I go through this.
Okay, I'll wait till I see them then. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So just to illustrate the point I was just making, these are some vehicle size comparisons over different decades. So in particular, the picture on the left, those trucks, both of those white trucks, both of those are Chevy 2500 HD pickup trucks. The one on the left, the littler, smaller white truck is from 1990. The big one is from last year. So same truck, same make, same model. So you can see how much larger the one is as compared to the other. So that's why it's so important to have standards, and why when we do these projects to bring everything up to current standards. So a parking stall that would fit the smaller white truck won't fit the larger truck that's next to it. This is another common problem we find that makes our parking that we currently have less efficient. I was trying really hard not to get the license plate because I didn't want to embarrass anybody, but this is in one of our parking wells, and you can see that the front of this vehicle is over the little brick line there. And I just happened to be downtown going to lunch, meeting someone for lunch, and I was going to park next to this black SUV, and I didn't feel comfortable with that, so I parked in the stall that's immediately to the right that's off the picture. And when I went into lunch, I had lunch and met the person I was meeting, and I came back out about 40 minutes later, and this car was still there, my car was still there, and there was nobody in the stall in between us because they weren't parked in between the lines. So that's another common thing that we see quite a bit downtown. Construction plans used for our bidding of this project when they were initially approved had a total of 430 street-level parking spaces distributed evenly along Broad Street between 13th to 5th. So the plans at this stage incorporated the most current parking and streetscape standards utilized by the majority of the country and the states, including the state of Georgia. This design incorporated many features that would improve the look and overall aesthetics of Broad Street, including numerous green spaces and a lot more landscaping that we currently have. So that was the thought around the initial design that was approved. At the request of the Augusta Commission and business owners along this portion of Broad, the plans were revised to minimize some of the green spaces and place back in more street level parking. Based on the revised design, well, the most current revised design, we haven't finalized it yet, but the most current version we have, the construction plans now show a total of 590 street level parking spaces. In the next few slides, I'll show you some of the revised blocks along Broad Street. So this is 13th to 11th. What I'm hoping to show in this slide is you can see in the previous, can you hear me? In the previous design, there was 4 to 5 angled parking stalls. Then there was a landscaped island, and then there was another 4 to 5 parking stalls, and then there was another landscaped island. And you can see in this picture here, we've removed, except for the ends, we've removed all of the intermediary landscaped islands. So we were able to put in quite a bit more. So we went, again, we went from 430 in the initial design to 590. So, and that's how we accomplished putting back all those parking stalls, was we sort of condensed the landscape areas. We kept them at the ends of the block, and we took out the ones that were in between, and now you see you have a lot more angled parking available based on the revised design. This is another representative block. This one doesn't have a lot of angled parking because you're going to have the James Brown Linear Park, which is right across from the Augusta Common. That's sort of toward the right of the picture here. And also the circular area that you see at McCartan Street. From what I understand, that's going to be a future Martin Luther King Jr. area with a statue and some other things. So I'm not real up. I don't know the most current proposal, but anyway, we're designing that area for them to come in and create that plaza in honor of Mr. King. So, but there is some parking in there, and we did add some back in, so you can see there is some parking in there. You know, some of the people that have been very concerned about what the proposed Broad Street construction looked like they're down in the 500 block, so they're between 5th and 6th. You can see here that just like a couple slides before, we've taken out almost all of the median islands or landscaped areas that were in between the ends of the street. And we've put it all back with angled parking. With this block in particular, I know somebody's probably going to ask, so I'm just going to tell you. Currently, there's a little over 100 parking spaces today in this block. We're proposing to put back 80, or about 80 of them. And again, even if we were to go through that block and just make the current parking standard, we would lose those 20 spaces anyway. So we're basically putting almost everything back that's there now, if it was standard. So we're doing our best to accommodate all the concerns and all of the suggestions that we've been getting over the last month or so. I know there's a lot of numbers. I know that's a lot of information, so I created this slide just to give us a real easy way to look at it. Very good. 760 is what we currently have, but again, they're all substandard. If they were standard, there'd be about 620 of them. The initial approved design had 430, and our revised design has 590. So you can see, if you look at the second number and the last number, there's not a lot of difference between those two, and that was our goal as we were going through this process. And what do I mean it's not standard? I've already discussed this a bit, but they're all too narrow, and most of them are too short. Underutilized assets that we currently have in place that I would like to mention is beyond just the surface street parking. There are 4 parking decks that are available for public use. The first one is the Convention Center parking deck at Reynolds and 9th that is owned by this government. There are 610 parking stalls in that garage. There is the Cyber Center parking deck, which again is owned by this government at Reynolds and 9th, or Reynolds and 11th. There's almost 800 in that parking deck. The Truist parking deck, which is at Reynolds at 8th, the public can park in there, but there's a time limit on it. There's 250 parking stalls. That garage is not owned by Augusta, but the public is allowed to park in it. And the last one is the Board of Education parking deck, which is at Ellis and 9th, which is kind of in the heart of this area that seems, where we have a lot of the impact. That is owned by the Board of Education, and there's almost 300, well, there's 287 parking stalls in there. Those are available to the general public any day after 5 and on weekends. So anytime on the weekend, any day after 5. So you can see I didn't add all those numbers up, but there's quite a few there that are available to the general public that is not surface street parking on Broad Street. And I also didn't count all the surface street parking that's available on all the numbered streets, that are a block each side. So I didn't count those either. Because I also thought somebody may want to know. I was just curious, how full are those decks? I mean, are they full? Are they at capacity? Is nobody using them? So basically what we found is I sent out staff at the middle of lunch hour every day for a week, and I had them count the number of cars that were parked in those decks. And you can see the percentages here. The main deck, the convention center parking deck that we would expect a lot of people to use on a normal lunch day is 15% full. The cyber deck is 31% full, and that's probably mostly students. The Truist deck and the BOE deck the Board of Education deck wasn't available at lunch, so there was no percentage for that. So you can see that based on this information, these decks are not being utilized as heavily as we would like, and we definitely think there's an opportunity there to expand our available parking in downtown, not just on Broad, but for all the businesses downtown by better utilizing some of the assets that we already have. Two other things that Commissioner Johnson asked us to look into was what would happen if we gave Reynolds I call it a road diet, but you reduce the number of lanes. So right now it's a 4-lane road, and we reduced it to 2 lanes with parking. And then also what would happen if we made Ellis Street a 1-way street. So Reynolds itself is a 4-lane road. It averages about 7,000 vehicles per day. That's in a 24-hour period. And so we didn't have time between the last meeting and this meeting to redo the whole street, but we asked them to do 2 representative blocks just so we could give everybody an idea of what it would look like if we changed it. You can see there a standard 2-lane road can accommodate 10 to 12,000 vehicles per day. So we're not near the capacity of the road. It has capacity to grow even at only 2 lanes. Traffic flow would remain acceptable with minor delay, and if implemented, we would gain, again, I don't have every block done, but I extrapolated what they had already given me and created averages and then multiplied it by the number of blocks. So if implemented, we would gain approximately 400 parking spaces along Reynolds, and that would be between 5th and 12th. This is what that would look like. This is the section from 10th to 9th, which is 1 block to the west of the Augusta Common. And you can see that there isn't a whole lot of driveways in this section, so we could accommodate quite a bit of parallel parking spaces. And then the next block over, the Augusta Common is in the bottom middle of this picture. You can see that there are a lot of driveways in there, but even with all the driveways and access points and line of sight issues that we would have to consider, we still could include some parking in a block like this. I think Reynolds has a lot more blocks like the first one, like this one, than it does that one. So the normal block on Reynolds would look like the 10th to 9th block. Where the Augusta Common is just happens to have a lot of access points. So, but I wanted to demonstrate that even with a lot of driveways, we could still get some parking in there. Ellis Street is a 2-lane road with parking. The average daily volume is about 1,300 vehicles. Parking along Ellis is unorganized and chaotic, and I was just trying to think of a way to say that nicely, but there's just people everywhere, just kind of doing whatever they want. The following slides represent the 2 blocks of what it would look like if Ellis was a 1-way street. If Ellis is made into a 1-way street, traffic flow and safety would improve, and parking can be better defined and organized. And another benefit that I didn't put on this slide is there are large trash containers all up and down Ellis Street, and those are just thrown wherever the nearby business wants them. we could provide adequate spaces for those, and we could also dictate where they go. Obviously adjacent to the business, but we could say this: your parking container, your trash container goes here. So that would also be one. If implemented, there'd be approximately 330 parking stalls that we could install along Ellis Street, and that shows a gain of about 90. And this, again, would be from 6 to 12. So we're not recommending that we do it from 12 to 13 because the Hyatt Hotel is there. That's the main entrance to their parking deck is off of Ellis. And so we feel for them it's important to maintain two-way traffic on that last block between 12 and 13. So this is what it would look like. Again, we did 10th to 9th and 9th to 8th. So this is what it would look like, and you can see we can provide much more organized, efficient traffic flow and parking stalls. This is what it would look like from 9th to 8th. One last thing that the administrator asked me to make sure that I put in this presentation was, the management aspect of Broad Street. Right now, it's just, there are some 2-hour signs installed along Broad Street along the parking, but they're rarely enforced, and large chunks of the street is just missing any sort of management at all, any sort of time delineation or anything of that sort. So there's large sections of Broad Street that really don't have any restrictions on the parking. Other communities, in order to maximize parking, they have some sort of management tool. Even our neighbors across the river at North Augusta has metered parking. And one thing we noticed as we were doing all these, gathering all this data and doing all these surveys, many members of our community are taking advantage of the lack of parking management and the stalls better suited for business patrons. Many stalls are being used for employee parking, rideshare parking, vehicle storage. I can probably show you 3 or 4. I can take you down right now, and that car's been there for 2 months. Loading and loading, et cetera.
Wait a minute.
So that's the end of my presentation. So if you have any questions.
Mr. Johnson, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is a good presentation. It certainly gets us in a good direction, but I want to just highlight a couple things. I understand the efforts of the department, and we're grateful, and I think that this should be implemented by this body, but we have to always remember to remain sensitive to the fact that the downtown business owners are struggling with the parking deficit as we speak, and whatever we do should be done in an effort to support their needs, but also to make sure that throughout this project that they're not having to wrestle with potentially shutting down because of the stress that this project will cause. So I think that this presentation in this stage is pretty good for us to look at. But I also want to ask a question, and this may be more of a Dr. Malik question than your question, is about the blocks and the construction and the project managers over this project. So with us finding these parking spaces, that's great, but the work is going to get done. And I want to make sure that we are clear of what that expectation is for the construction, time periods, when can folks be working on the project, how are folks getting communicated with, what is the relationship like right now with the firm that's working on this project? And let's just start there first. What has been the relationship with this firm and the department when it comes to this construction project?
So, engineering department is managing the project. So, we are the manager of the project. We don't have outside firm manage the project. We do have firm doing the QA/QC, like quality control testing. So we do have a contractor here to now, and
that's what I meant. I'm sorry.
We have excellent relationship with their management from president top down to owner top down. We do have a design firm, Haziq Bell. That's what they created all these images. So they are on board all the time. So as far as relationship in general, we have excellent relationship. All the players who are involved in this project.
When it comes to the standard for the construction of this project, is it understood by the contractor that we're expecting one block to be completed before another block is begun?
So, the block is not just a block, the section like they're working right now. So that's what we're calling as a block. So
Okay.
They do understand that, and they're not working outside that block. So block is 15 to actually 13, but they went and kind of narrowed to San Sebastian and all that. So once they work through, they're gonna move from there to 13.
When it comes to Broad Street, I know we've started our pre-construction work, landscaping work, and it has been going somewhat smoothly. But I've had some business owners already call and have concerns about low sales and things just from the landscaping happening right now. What measures could we put in place to speed the progress up on Broad Street once it actually starts? I mean, are we able to have this project worked on day and night? Are we able to, what can we do to speed it up when it gets to Broad? Because I think every day that a lane is closed or that there are cones out it's a dollar missed from our business owners. So what can we do to speed this up once Broad Street starts?
So there's no really line closure. This temporary line closure was just for the tree which are in conflict with that. And as soon as they're done, they're moving that, the same day. Again, the only block they're working is 13 to San Sebastian Way.
But when it gets on Broad Street, when the Broad Street roads start to get pulled apart, what provisions do we have in place to speed it up so that we're not running into, long hiccups with construction? Like, can we start working overnight? Can we have a crew working in the daytime, have a crew working at night? What parameters can we put in place to speed the work up along Broad Street?
So the roadway construction, the way it works, it's different than the building construction. So they have a schedule which is 36 months to complete it. We work with them to create blocks, how they're going to move that. So each block going to have certain time schedule. We are committed as a department to keep the access open and keep the road open. So they're going to work 2 lanes, 1 lane each side. So they're going to keep the 1 lane open all the time. So that's a commitment. Any accelerated schedule will come with a cost. We have not discussed beyond what we have because it's already $62 million project. And so any accelerated schedule, first the funding need to be identified, and then it can be discussed with the contractor. Really, we look into night work, but most of downtown is at night. They have a nightlife. Really, it's in the middle of not work, because all these businesses, mostly, restaurant, all they open late night. So really, that's not an option.
Well, I'll push back just a little bit, just very small pushback here, is that at nighttime, you do have the ability to get work done on certain blocks at night. I mean, even like after business is closed, I just think that a company the size of ER Snell has the ability, has the resources to really push this work out. But what I'm going to ask as a result of this presentation, I know there are other commissioners in the queue, I'm going to ask that we approve the parking digest, we approve the parking plan, but also in that motion is to task the department to meet with ER Snell representatives to discuss adjusting the schedule and bring back the recommendation to this committee of how much extra it would cost us if in fact we wanted to expand the times that we do construction downtown for Broad Street.
Yes, sir. I mean, we can do it. We're already dealing with cost escalation because of the utility conflicts.
Yep.
That's other $5 million, which we're working through right now as we speak.
I understand.
So
Biggest concern is just that if we do this project and make Broad Street beautiful, but the business is closed because as a result of it, then what's the point of the project? My only concern is that some of these business owners are catching, and I already had a business owner call me right when the trees were getting snatched up, that he only made $32 that day because the cones deterred people. So I just want to make sure that we're checking all of our boxes here. We may not go down that road, but I want to make sure that we have something in front of us to look at. And I appreciate you, Dr. Malik and Director Usry. Y'all have done a great job on this, and prayerfully we'll get to a better place with our business owners as this continues. But I'll make that motion, and we'll see where it goes.
Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Thank you,
Mayor
Mr.
Pro
Chairman.
Tem.
Can I get a second before that?
Did you?
I made
No,
the
sure,
motion.
sure. Go.
I made the motion to approve the parking plan and have the department meet with E.R. Snell and bring us a recommendation on scheduling.
Is there a second on that?
You want to wait till, let me
What's it?
Oh, sure, yeah, that's fine.
That's why.
I would like to compliment Commissioner Johnson about the rental street. That was a great idea, and I appreciate Mr. Oshry trying to find solutions to that, as well as the one-way streets. Originally, when y'all came before us with the downtown business and investors, my main goal, which I said on the floor, that we don't want to lose any kind of parking. We originally started off with 760, which is what we have right now, and we're going to lose 170, either by the size of it or by the concept of the plans. If you would you be kind enough to pull up that 5th Street block? Because I will tell you this, Mr. Ursher, there's actually a lot more movement activities going on down there. A lot more people are investing in the lower side of the Broad Street, which is great. You still got the bicycle path in front of the businesses, would that be correct?
Yes, sir.
So we can't utilize to increase the parking in that area or in front of the Augusta Museum where I guess there's 3 lanes deep there?
Well, today it's striped as 3 lanes, but the outside lanes are not wide enough to be actual lanes. So the only real lane you have on Broad Street down that section is the middle one.
How do we have it now to where we actually got it on the angle on both the center as well as in front of the businesses?
So what they did today is you have angled parking on both sides of the street, and then you have maybe a 4 or 5 foot buffer between the back of the stall and the white skip line that looks like a lane line. But in some cases, it may be 6 feet or it may be 8 feet. It kind of varies because that street is not straight. I mean, the width is not consistent. But if you've ever driven down there, especially when it's congested, everybody that wants to go through funnels to the middle lane. So you technically has it striped as 3 lanes, but it doesn't behave like it's 3 lanes. It's only 1 lane really in the middle. And the outside lanes are mostly used for parking, for backing in and out of the angled parking spaces. Regarding the bike lane, I've been dealing with bike lanes a long time. I moved here from a different state where that was a much higher priority. Georgia's starting to get there, but the place I moved from, it was a much higher priority. And one thing that the community that rides bikes and wants to use alternate forms of transportation, one thing that drives them mad, and I agree with them, is having bike lanes that start and stop and start and stop. It does no good. There's really no reason to have them if it's not going to be consistent. So one of the reasons why I believe that the bike lane, particularly all along Broad, but in this block in particular, we have the Freedom Bridge just 2 blocks from here, or a block from here. And so when you want to encourage people to use a mode of transportation that's other than a car, you got to give them a reason to use it. And so if we have a consistent bike lane like we're going to have on Broad Street that's raised and separated from traffic so they feel safe, more people will use it. It's kind of the classic argument, what came first, the chicken or the egg? And so you can argue it both ways. And in this case, there are a decent amount of people that utilize bikes along Broad Street, but we believe that if the bike lanes go in as designed, it would encourage a whole lot more people to use them. And then, the parking may not be as big of an issue because you won't have to drive everywhere and park everywhere you want to go. If you want to eat at Luigi's, you don't have to park right in front of Luigi's. If you happen to live downtown or be near downtown, you can ride a bike down to Luigi's and eat dinner. So, but this particular bike lane connects to 5th Street, which has a bike lane, which leads to the Freedom Bridge. And also on the other end, it'll connect to 12th Street, which doesn't have a bike lane yet, but we already have the room for it. I'm just waiting for the right time to put it in. And so you're basically going to box in, and Telfair Street will have a bike lane. So basically, we're going to box in downtown and give you the ability to get on a bicycle or some other mode of transportation and go anywhere you want in a safe, efficient manner, just like if you were in a car.
Right, so where you was actually raised at, they had bicycles downtown, that's the reason why you implemented it here. Did you get any feedback from any of the business owners downtown about this?
It's actually not, it's not a function of where I came from, it's a function of the
You brought
current-
it up, I didn't.
Yes, sir, and I understand, and thank you for that. But it's not because I'm from California. Well, it's a national standard called the NACTO standard. And the government, the Federal Highway Administration, along with the state of Georgia, wants to start implementing some of these ideas in this standard. And it has a lot of different ways to do bike lanes and do alternate travel lanes. So that's where most of these issues, that's where most of these designs came from, is the NACTO standard. This is something that's happening nationwide. Like I said, some states adopted it earlier than others, and
Right.
this is the only reason I brought it up. But
Do we have bicycle lanes on Ellis, Jones, or Reynolds Street?
well, you don't need them on every single street. You need to be able to provide a clear and direct path, and then streets that don't have bike lanes, the law allows them to utilize travel lanes, but those streets you just mentioned, the volumes are much lower than they are on Broad and some of the other streets that are going to have dedicated bike lanes.
Right, and the reason why I brought that up as far as the other roads, those Street, was can we implement them bike lanes on them other roads to free up more, to actually have parking spaces downtown? Because that's one of the biggest challenges, and we are focusing on downtown, and that was our goal when y'all came before us, before these plans was redrawn, is to make sure that we wasn't losing any parking spaces. And by losing 170, that's, that's considerable.
Well,
and I know you're going to have your reasons, you the engineer, you the expert, not me. But I do know one thing, that we do have people downtown that we focus it on to attract more people downtown. And everything about this world right now is about convenience. We know that. People ain't going to walk a half a mile to get to a restaurant. People ain't going to ride their bike from the Hetzeba, where I live, just to go eat. That's just common sense there. But as far as parking, what's going to happen if there's no parking? People are just going to move on until where they find another restaurant where there's parking available. So it would be nice if we could revisit this to where we could capture, if I know you're smart, if you could figure out ways of how we can increase that area to have more parking spaces. Let me reflect back to trees. The trees that we are removing right now, we're going to put new trees in, et cetera.
Yes, sir. So it's part of the tree landscaping or tree replacement. So we will put it, yes, sir.
You need the arborist.
All right. As far as the last time we had a public conversation here on this floor, the general contractor, as well as the engineering department, was going to have meetings with or make sure that the business owners was aware of the next stage, et cetera. How is that going? How is that implemented? How is that working?
So that's Mr. Charles Jackson is taking lead, and he has a plan outline, and he probably can give more insight. We're working with the administrative office, and they're taking lead on the communication. I'm going to let Mr. Jackson speak to that.
Ms. Jackson, you're working with the engineering department.
I'll let Mr. Jackson speak to that. Go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Commissioners. Yes, that is true. The Administrator's Office is taking the lead on communicating with the business owners. It's a multi-pronged approach. I have personally, on Good Friday, walked the entire block to Broad Street just to introduce myself to all the business owners, just to let them see a face with the communication. We've collected phone numbers, emails. We're creating a database to make sure that these owners are subscribed to the dedicated website for team investment. That should be completed within 30 days. Our goal is to send construction schedules, meeting updates. As of today, I sent out an email last week about this particular meeting to the business owners to let them know this item will be discussed, and I plan to have a very direct approach.
Thank you. Would you be kind enough to, whatever means, the form of communication that you sent out, tag us commissioners in so we could put it on Facebook as well?
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Urshry.
I'll do a second to the motion there. You made that motion already? Did you get it? Oh, I thought he didn't say it?
I pulled it. I'll make it again. So the motion that I'm going to make is to approve the parking plan that's been presented and to task the engineering department to meet with the contractor, E.R. Snell, to determine what additional scheduling scope of the downtown tier project could look like.
Mr. Chair, can I ask my colleague if he can add something to that?
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah. Remember, we had made a commitment to the business owners to have that meeting. So I would say if we could have that first before we make the motion, I think it'll make more sense instead of kind of backtracking, because then we're going to have to come back potentially and make a change.
I'm not opposed to it. I just want to if we implement this plan, we found close to 700 parking spaces, right? So I'm not opposed to it, but I know that the more time we take to come back here, the longer it's going to take the project to start and complete. And I'm sensitive to the needs of our friends downtown, but I just really want us to go ahead and start getting to the point of implementation.
Yeah,
but
I just don't want us to inadvertently cause issue or interruption with the businesses. So definitely want them to have their provide their input and ensure that our plan is as robust as possible. So if we could have that, have we scheduled a time yet for the meeting?
I informed the business owners that we would schedule one after this particular meeting.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a motion. I have a question before we take a vote. What is the expected start time for the Broad Street portion to begin?
So it's actually fairly soon. Without getting into too much detail, Broad Street was such a complicated project that we split it into 4 phases. Phase 4 is the James Brown Linear Park, the part where the statue is in front of the Augusta Common. That actually is going to start here within, that part of it is going to start within the month.
Okay.
But as far as what I think you're referring to, the starting at 13th and then working their way block by block, that won't be until early this fall.
Okay, all right. So what time frame would you suggest, taking into consideration Commissioner Clark's suggestion, before we vote to make this official? Because that linear project is within that.
Yes, sir, but there's not a lot of parking issues where the linear park is, because there's no parking there now. There's not going to be parking there after we're done. That's a difficult to estimate, but sooner than later would be my recommendation.
So within the next month, we should have a meeting, present the plan, and come back for a full vote?
That's fine, if that's what you would like.
Dr. Malik, I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Malik has his hand up.
Dr. Malik.
Yeah, so I'm confused because I need clarity on schedule. So we do have a schedule for the project. So are you, Commissioner, you asking for us to get with the contractor and see if we have to accelerate the project, what the schedule will be and how much it's going to cost, additional costs to accelerate the schedule?
Yes.
That's what the motion is a little bit kind of not clear, so I want to make sure, I also want to add, really, John didn't mention, but department and myself, we were working on the parking even before we came to this floor. So, we were working on to revisit this parking even before it become this issue. I just want to add that. So thank you.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, if I could, Mr. Chairman, let's forward this again to the last commission meeting in May to give us time to meet with the business owners to present this plan in full, and then we can come back with the vote for approval. But in the meantime, I don't know if we need to make a motion for the engineering department to talk to E.R. Snell, or can we just make it happen?
So one more thing if I add, this is the TIA project. We have a mandate by the state, and Augusta Engineering and city is just delivering it. It's the legal responsibility to deliver what was voted on. It's been 10 years or more we've been working on. It's really not overnight we did it. So if city doesn't do it, state will take over and they will do, what needs to be done. So I just want to make it, that
Yeah.
pointed out publicly that this project is different than the SPLOST project and other project. We have oversight, we have to follow the TIA rules and regulations and state standards and all that.
I have motion to forward to last full commission in May.
So we had a motion and a second on the motion already. Where we at, Madam Clerk?
I will pull that motion.
Got proposed motions.
Right, we got some things going on.
I'll withdraw
We need
the
a
original
second.
motion.
Yeah.
I'll withdraw the original
draw
motion.
that one. And he needs a second for this to the last commission meeting in May.
Second.
Okay, thank you.
Voting.
It's unanimous.
Commissioner Lewis, before I come to you, I want to go to number 6, Reverend Ivy, number 6.
Okay. Item number 6 is Reverend Melvin Ivy regarding striping of the center lane on Spirit Creek Road and paint yellow curve.
Reverend Ivy, should give you name and that, for the address, for the record. Yeah.
I'm just wondering if I'm gonna bring supper.
Well, that's, Madam Clerk, we already had ours.
That's what I was going to say.
Good afternoon. Name is Melvin Ivy. Lives at 1016 Fox Den Road, Hepzibah, Georgia. Actually, this should have been 2 separate items, but Madam Clerk, I will put the other one on and come back. Spirit Creek Road is a road that is approximately 2 miles long. This particular road handles the traffic for 6 different neighborhoods. Handles the traffic for 2 elementary schools. It has 2 curves. One is what I call a dead man curve, where people have, because someone has come over too close, they actually took out a brick mailbox a couple of times. A couple of the wooden mailboxes have been taken out. My concern primarily is safety, and I know there are some people that, now I've asked in the past, and they've said, well, it's a state road. You cannot convince me. Now I understand when you come off Willis Foreman, when you come off Windsor Spring Road, right there, and you turn on Spirit Creek. Diamond Lakes Elementary sits there. So they've got a double stripe line, but it only goes but so far. When you get past Country Lane, all the way down to Fox Den, I call it Circle, there's nothing to indicate what side of the road you're supposed to be on. And there's a couple of real serious issues as you get down there by Anthony DeWan Parkway. There's a real deep curve. That's where the mailbox has been taken out at. And as you go down that hill, there's another curve. So you can be coming out of that curve and the person don't know what side of the road they're coming on. Somebody coming over that hill. It is really, really dangerous. So my concern is, why is it so difficult to get a line put on that particular road that extends that 2 miles? I don't think it's quite that difficult. If there's an issue about some people saying where's the state road, find out where the state road stops and then pave the rest of it. Not pave it, but put down the stripe. But I don't really see the issue with a conflicting saying that it's because once you come off Winter Spring, it's the same road all the way down for the next 2 miles.
Mr. Ossery, and let me say something to that, because AB's gone. When they put that school out there, number one, it should have been directed better. That's the first thing. There were some things that was missing in terms of whether utilities, and then they had to talk about putting underground stuff, and one was put down before, and then came the road came down. Then after that, it had to come up to put the piping down. Then here comes the road again, but it was never fixed. You're absolutely right. What you got up there, Mr. Usry?
First thing is none of these streets are state routes. Windsor Springs is not a state route, Spirit 3 is not a state route. So most of the streets in this area are not state routes, so that makes it a little easier. So that's the first thing. Second thing is I'd be happy to meet with this gentleman. He can show me, we can meet in the field or he can show me on a map, doesn't really matter. And he can show me what areas he thinks are in need of attention, and we can go from there. It's a fairly simple fix.
Very simple fix.
All right, very good. That's what I'm talking about.
Exactly. Okay.
Because somebody was trying to get me to leave, and I wouldn't leave.
No. So we need to receive this as information. You're gonna get.
Yes, I'll get with him.
Without objection? Oh, don't go nowhere very quick though, because we're going to number 20. Or what is it? Number 19. Got to get you out of here, John. Number 19, Madam Clerk.
Discuss speed hump policy.
Speed hump policy. Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have this on the committee's agenda, and I know I'm not on this committee, but I think the last time our speed hump policy was revived was back in January of 2022. And I know there's a lot of should I say, Mr. Usher, there are a lot of conditions that has to be met in order for a neighborhood to be able to acquire speed humps. And a lot of these things are being met, but I'm think in my district, I'm running into some blockage. I'm running into some problems with one of those stipulations being that 51% of the homeowners are required to sign the petition, Mr. Chairman.
Not all renters.
Yeah, just homeowners and not renters. And I think that's where we're running into a lot of the problems at. And right now, currently, a lot of the homeowners live in other places, other states and things like that. So it's very hard to get those homeowners to sign the required petition. So we're falling short in a lot of our requests for speed humps. So what I'm asking, since this was revised back in 2022, I'm asking this committee, Mr. Chairman, I'm asking this committee if you would so kindly, sir, implement a revision or a change to go from homeowners to whoever's occupying that residence at that time, because the homeowners are not being affected by what's going on as by way of the traffic, trying to make sure that safety is paramount in those neighborhoods. But those people that are living in the house now, which some are renters, and I'd like to ask this committee if you would recommend revising said policy to state that whoever lives 51% of the residents and not so much 50% of the homeowners that live on said streets that are requesting speed humps, sir.
Is that our local ordinance that states that, John?
So I'd like to point out, we did revise this last year, and the revision we made to the policy last year was that we were on, in the petition stage, we were only going to count the number of people that were property owners and lived in the home. So, for example, if you had 100 homes on a block and 50 of them are renters, when you get to the petition stage of this process, we were only going to count the 50 people that own the home and live in the home. So the rest, all the renters, we were throwing them out. So they're not even part of the equation. That was the change we made last year.
Absolutely.
So that actually lowers the threshold. It's still 51%, but it lowers the total number of people that need to sign the petition in order to move it forward. So that's the change we made early last year, early in 24, late 23, early 24. I don't remember the exact month, but anyway, that's the current policy. And so we can stick with that, or if you want to If you want to revise the policy to allow whoever's in the dwelling in the home to have a say, I'm fine with the other way.
He just stated what I would like to recommend, Mr. Chairman.
So different than what he currently has now?
Different than what he currently has now.
Because that wasn't in effect when Woodlake put theirs in. It was opposite that.
Absolutely.
Got it. Commissioner Guilfoyle.
Matter of fact, I appreciate you bringing up Woodlake, Mr. Chairman, because I was fixing to tell John, I had reached out to Charlie to see about putting speed bumps in Woodlake, because that's a big issue there, especially with these kids now. That's you'll see it in Diamond Lakes. You'll see it off of Lace Road. The Woodlake is these kids riding these four-wheelers and motorcycles, causing havoc, driving through people's yards, etc. Actually, on Lace Road, a man tried to stop him. He was a handicap. They actually shot and left him for dead. And, you know, the sheriff's department's on that, but it would be nice to have the speed humps put in Woodlake. I had talked to Mr. Charlie Gay about that last week. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. District 6 Commissioner Lewis.
6 votes made happen. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm in agreement to what we're suggesting, but just a quick question, Mr. Usry. Is the petition necessary if the commissioner wants it in the district?
The current policy, we have several tests or several steps we go through before we get to the petition phase. The purpose of the petition phase is to give the residents in the neighborhood a say in whether the speed humps happen or not. Most of the time, the folks that live in the neighborhoods are for them. But in my 20-plus year career, I've been in the middle of some pretty interesting ones that divided the neighborhood. And so that's the purpose of the petition, is to give the residents who live on the street a say of whether they want to have to drive over these every day. I mean, the speed humps will slow down traffic, but there are some drawbacks to them. The main one is it takes emergency services longer to respond to your home. And so we want to make sure that the residents that live in these areas understand the pluses and the minuses, and they make an informed decision when they sign the petition to move forward.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Was there a motion? There was.
Recommendation.
Mr. Chairman.
Well, I assume that Ms. Brown wrote it down, so, but I can't make the motion.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Johnson. Commissioner Johnson.
Commissioner Johnson, he can make the motion.
I'm gonna try my best. Mr. Chairman, I move that we task the traffic department to amend our speed hump policy to reflect the petition process to include all residents of any particular street petitioning for speed bumps. Yes. Did I get it right?
You good, Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk said you didn't
All
get
right,
it right.
well, we got a question. Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. So really, right now, it reads that's the policy that we go by. So it says 50% of property owners. The motion really direct the department change that 50% of property owners to 50% of the occupants, something.
That's what I said. Apples, tomato. Whatever Dr. Malik said.
Right. Potato, tomato.
That's my motion, Ms. Ball.
Got a motion and a second. There's further discussion. Voting.
Who said you?
I did.
Okay. It's unanimous.
It's unanimous. All right. Now, companion items 2 and 3.
Item 2 and 3. 2 is the motion to determine the portion of Montgomery Street and consisting of approximately 0.7 acres cease to be used by the public to the extent that no substantial public purpose is served. 3 is a motion to determine that portions of Johns Road from Fenton Road to Gardner Street has ceased to be used by the public to the extent that no substantial public purpose is served, in the abbreviated form, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wanted to get Dr. Malik to explain to the committee what's going on. We also have our friends here, Matt Mills, who can probably also speak to it a little bit more, but I want Dr. Malik to just kind of explain what's going on here.
Yes, sir. So the request is really from the adjacent property owners. Their representatives are here. The adjacent property is owned by the Augusta Country Club. So the first one is abandonment of the Montgomery Road. So that is not serving any purpose for the public. It's not the primary road. It's in other little strip area, even is not a road. Probably a lot of people may not know it. So the requester of the country club owns the property on both sides of this. It's a very narrow strip, and that's what they're requesting. I look at myself. That says, it's not serving any purpose to the public. Nobody is using it. Nobody lives there. It's a very narrow street, so that's why, engineering department recommended approving the request and abandoning is.
Motion to approve.
We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners vote by use of sign. It's 8.
That motion carries 3-1.
Oh.
With Mr. Johnson voting no.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's just keep on rolling.
Okay. That would take us to item number 8.
Number 8.
To approve supplemental funding for engineering final design phase supplemental survey of design consultant services agreement in the amount of $53,690 for the Willis Foreman Improvement Project.
They were companion? Okay.
Oh.
Mr. Mills, it was done.
He had a question about number 3.
Yeah, companion. It's done. Are we back to, where are we? Number 8.
Right, number 8.
We put 2 and 3 together. Thank you. Dr. Malik.
Yes, sir. This is again, Willis Foreman federal funded projects, the widening of the road from 2 lanes to 3 lanes. This additional data gathering is needed because over the time, the property ownership changed, the property, the city approved residential development and all that. So it's a requirement of the project and the federal process that we have to update the new boundary line and new ownership and all that. So that's a continuous. It's a federal funding project, so 80-20. So 80% is coming from federal highway and 20% we have local match to that. So that's what.
That 53,000 is local match?
Local match gonna be like 20% of that.
20% of that. We got a motion and a second? We got a motion, I'll second it my own self. And now we do have a motion and a second. Voting.
Unanimous.
It's unanimous. Number 9, Madam Clerk.
Approve change order 2, supplement construction contract to Horizon Construction and Associates in the amount of $200,000 for Tobacco Road improvements and various sidewalk rehabilitation projects.
Yes, we appreciate that out there on Tobacco Road as well. There wasn't sidewalks before, we love it. Motion to, I can't motion, somebody else got a motion.
Mr. Johnson or Mr. Clark?
Well, I was.
Mr. Guilfoyle.
We got Mr. Guilfoyle, Mr. Johnson. We got a motion and a second. Yeah.
You second it, Mr.
Second.
Second. Voting.
Mr. Guilfoyle, got it.
a very busy street. We love having
It's
sidewalks.
unanimous. Item number 10, approve on-call professional services for engineering and field design to small, medium-scale maintenance, task design, regulatory periodic inspection compliance in the amount of $400,000 funded CEI services.
Dr. Malik. Huh? Dr. Malik?
Yes, sir.
You want to explain what we got going on here? I mean, what's the...
The next few are really our engineering
So
department.
hold on. So the companion items 10 and 11?
They are all the same. Yes, sir. We can do it because these are our 5-year on-call.
So 10, 11, what are you saying? 10, 11, 12? No, that's
10,
professional service. No, don't try to throw 12 in there. We got 10.
12, yes,
Wait,
sir.
whoa.
No, he doesn't want 12.
No.
He said
No.
10, 11.
No, sound like you're trying. No. We 10, 11. 10, 11. 13, you said?
Yes, sir.
Approved.
10, 11,
Yep,
13.
There we go, Cecile.
Okay.
All right, now we're clear. Yes.
Was he explaining?
I mean, 12 is the same too. It doesn't say on-call, but it's the same.
Well, again, I'm not sure why I don't if it's on call. So I don't see it there like that. So, I mean, we need to make sure that wording and verbiage is right.
Yes, sir.
Because if it's on call, because it doesn't say that.
Right. I mean, I apologize. It's probably my oversight.
Well, I would agree with that. But we're good. I heard a motion.
Yes, sir. 10, 11, and 13. Mr. Guilfoyle, and second.
Commissioner Clark.
Mr. Chair, real quick.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Dr. Malik, so this is just in the event that they're needed, correct?
Yes, sir. So whenever you all have a request or we have some need, like Pardon Chapel intersection is a key example. That's why we pull out through this on-call to one of these forums. And the reason we put SM because they are the only one who has the traffic engineering, P2E, professional.
Right.
And as a team member. So
Yes.
sir, that's what, and we just allocating fund, we will pull it as we need.
Right.
Not giving them the money, upfront.
Tracking. So this went through the procurement process and all that, and we're good to go in that regard.
Yes, sir, we did the RFP, we went through the evaluation process, so, all the firm has opportunity to submit. And that's it, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Malik.
Voting.
It's unanimous. Item number 12 is to award professional services for stream restoration design construction, subject to receipt of signed contracts in the amount of $500,000.
Now, this is the point is if this is on call, we need to add that language in there.
Yes, sir, that also is on as-needed basis. That will help us with the permitting, with the Corps of Engineers, some of the, we have to do the federal, what you call the environmental NEPA document, that kind of thing. So it's, again, yes, sir.
I'm with all that, but I just want to make sure that the on-call piece is, because you say it's the same as the other, so all the language should be the same. If it's on call on the other three, it should be on call on this one.
We can add
Madam Clerk, are you at?
Yes, sir. I will.
Yes, thank you. Motion? Where'd he go? He's gone. Okay, is there a motion? We got a motion, I'll second it. So, Don second it. Voting? Y'all be carrying me out of here.
Okay, Mr. Gill.
I'm telling you. 2-1.
Somebody, okay.
I'm the one. No, yes, this is yes, but don't publish, Madam
That
Clerk.
was an error?
That was an error.
Okay, all right.
I'm trying to tell you, the sweat's starting to come. This
All
fatigue.
right. That motion carries with Mr. Mason voting yes, Mr. Jordan Johnson, Mr. Don Clark, Mr. Guilfoyle out.
Oh,
We're now on 14, sir?
is that 14?
Yes, sir.
It's on call too?
No, sir, this is what we just discussed earlier. This is the
Let me put
changes
it,
to the Broad Street design and the roadside. So this really, we already started the work, but that's what it is.
Do I get a motion?
Mr. Mason,
Mr. Clark.
Question,
Mr. Chair, we need to have that read first before we start talking about it, if that's okay.
sure, absolutely.
Item 14, approve supplemental funding to Hussey Gray Bell in the amount of $311,674.40 for the Broad Street Improvement Construction Phase Services CEI.
My apologies, Madam Clerk. I got a little ahead of myself. Now, Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's 4:30. We're trying to get out of here. I understand. All right. Question: being that we moved the last item to the last meeting in May, does this need to be moved as well, or can we approve this with the understanding that we're going to come back at the last meeting in May?
I mean, this has to be approved. The last item is in addition to what we're doing.
That was the design.
Yes, sir. Yeah,
Okay.
this is
All right.
the design part and all this.
Okay. Motion to approve.
We got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, commissioners vote by the usual sign. I think I hit the yes button. I'm not sure. Yes, I did.
It's unanimous.
Okay.
15, sir?
15.
Approve and authorize engineering to submit, accept, receive Georgia Department of Transportation financial assistance from GDOT Local Road Assistance Administration.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Voting. Madam Clerk, next item.
Unanimous. 16, approve task order funding for drainage system assessment verification, drainage improvement engineering agreement to Adura in the amount of $21,000 for Morningside Drive, Overton Road drainage system improvement.
We got a motion? Second.
Question.
Got a motion, second. Voting.
I have a question, Mr. Chairman.
Question.
Yes, sir. Just a quick question. Dr. Malik, I know that this was a project, we did a Morningside Drive and Overton Road project a few years ago. Is this an additional phase, or is this repairs to what's already there?
It's the same project. So we're going through different scenario to make it work, where the line should go. We ran through the country club and was cost prohibitive. We did all. So this is more or less final design. We were doing that. So we're gonna run on the residential side. All the property are on board, but we had to, so there's some additional work that was done and that needs to be done to complete the construction plan.
Okay.
It's the same project.
Okay. Motion to approve. Well, there's already a motion. I'm sorry. In a second. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We have a motion, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir.
We had a second.
Yes, sir.
Voting.
Mr. Clark. It's unanimous.
Next item, Madam Clerk.
I believe that's it, sir.
Engineering Commission is adjourned.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, whatever it is.
Okay, I'd like to call Administrative Services to order. Ms. Bonner, are there any additions or deletions?
Yes, ma'am. I think I've just presented you with the revised addendum agenda.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
I would like to see if we can consent item 1, 2,
1, 2,
4,
4,
8.
8.
Number 4 on the revised agenda.
Okay, number 4. Okay.
also number 1 on the revised agenda,
Okay,
and number 3 on the revised agenda.
okay.
And I would like, is it possible to consent to move number 10 to the next committee cycle?
Next committee.
Can we do commission, next commission?
Oh, next commission, yeah, sorry.
Next.
Yeah, number 10 to next commission.
To the upcoming commission meeting? Okay.
Madam Vice Chair,
Okay, should number, okay. Madam Chair, the administrator is asking number 6 to be deleted.
Okay. Delete number 6.
We add that to the consent.
Right?
Madam Vice Chair, can,
Commissioner Clark.
yep, can we move number 9 to the next committee?
Right.
Mr. Mayor, you have objection to moving that to next committee?
No, sir, no, not at all. Thank you.
Number 8 was moved for consent.
Consent.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. There, anything else? Anybody? Can we get a motion? Can you read those back, Ms.?
Yes, okay.
Okay.
Consent agenda consists of items 1, 2, 4, 6 being deleted, 8, 9 to the next committee, 10 to the next commission meeting. And on our revised addendum, items 1, 3, and 4.
Okay. Can we get a motion for that?
So move.
Second?
Okay.
Second that, okay. Vote on this?
Yes, ma'am, we need a motion.
We made it and we seconded it. I made the motion and Commissioner Slindak seconded it.
Okay.
Hey, so, Madam Clerk, we don't have quorum, so for administrative services, we only have 2, so.
Okay, Ms. Linda, we miss Mr. Lewis, he's out?
Yeah. Let me go see if he's back here.
Okay.
And just like that.
We have it. Oh, you see, you want the consent, okay. Receive his information, okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Slindak, do you have 11 and 12 on yours? No?
No, mine just goes to 2.
I only have 10 on mine as well.
Me too. Put this on the screen. Can we add those? We're going to put them on the screen.
Okay.
Madam Administrator, you asked for those. Who asked for those? Who asked for those? I don't have them either. Well, then, we don't. Well, we may need to. Well, anyway, we'll see. We'll add them. Yeah, we'll just add those to the commission agenda on the regular, because I find out what happened. Okay. All right. I'm sorry, Ms. Linday. Okay, your consent agenda will consist of items 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 to the next committee. We're deleting item 6, number 10 to the commission meeting. And on our addendum agenda, item number 1, 3, and 4.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Clark and Ms. Linday. So you're voting now, ma'am?
And then you got 11 and 12.
Well, we're going to put that on the full commission without a recommendation. Number 9, yes, sir, to the next committee meeting.
Okay, we vote?
Yes, ma'am. That motion carries
Okay.
with Mr. Garrett's absent.
Okay, can we go to number 5 right now?
Yes, ma'am. Item number 5 is to receive as information an update from Marcy Rubinson, state lobbyist with Holland and Knight regarding 2025 legislative session.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much, Mayor and members of the Commission. I appreciate the opportunity to present to you today, and I greatly appreciate that you have selected me to represent you under the Gold Dome. I'm so excited to report on a very successful legislative session, and I'm very appreciative of all of the support and the feedback that I received from Administrator Allen and your senior staff, department heads throughout the course of the legislative session. Unfortunately, I bothered them with many late night and weekend phone calls and questions, and I greatly appreciate their understanding of the need for information very quickly and accurately during the legislative session. I also think it's very important to recognize all of the support that we received from your state legislative delegation. They were true partners with us throughout the course of this legislative session. We put them to work a lot this session with 2 local bills. So I express my appreciation to them publicly and hope that if you see them around Augusta, that you'll also thank them for all of the work that they did. Up on the screen, you'll be reminded of the 3 legislative priorities that you adopted at the end, or early on this year, at the end of 2024. You identified 3 legislative priorities for the 2025 session, including an increase in the hotel-motel tax, the creation of a 911 fee study committee, and an increase in the per diem rate for housing state prisoners in your county correctional institution. And it's a real pleasure to announce that we're batting 1,000 this year. Our first legislative success was the adoption of the House Bill 498, which was the increase in the hotel-motel tax. It was a pleasure to work with Benish Brown and with your delegation to get the increased funding to Augusta to be paid by tourists to the county rather than residents. It was a true win for everybody here. Big thank you to Representative Gladney for supporting that and carrying that bill, and to the entire delegation for signing it. You know, I have to caveat all of the information I give you right now by saying the governor has not yet signed any of the legislation that I'm presenting to you, but I have no reason to think that he's not going to be supportive. He's just been trickling out bill signings, and the final date for him to sign legislation is May 14th. The next legislative success was a study committee to review funding for 911. Department head, Public Safety Director Daniel Dunlap discussed with us the need for additional funding that was going to be necessary for the 911 system, especially considering the advent of the next-gen 911. In the appropriations bill, the legislature did put $5 million towards statewide funding for 911. However, the local cost of implementation and management and operation of the 911 system here, those needs will not be met by the existing 911 fee structure. So working closely with GMA and JICA, There is going to be a House Study Committee has been adopted, and the members will be appointed sometime in the next couple of weeks to just study the appropriate funding mechanisms for 911 and to ensure that the system is adequately funded. The Senate will likely have hearings on the same subject matter, but they'll do it through another mechanism. They don't tend to create study committees in the same way that the House does. And I will work with the members of the appointed committees and House and Senate leadership and the appropriate members to make sure that Augusta's voice and Augusta's needs are considered as funding is discussed over the next several months. And then some more good news. The appropriations bill did increase the per diem for state prisoners housed in the county correctional institution by $6 a day. So it's a 25% increase from $24 up to $30. While I do understand that this probably doesn't cover the entire cost of operating the facility, at least there's a recognition that more funding was needed, and there has been a significant increase in this budget. And then moving on, we can add one more legislative success in addition to the 3 priorities that you had initially set. After you all decided to opt out of 581, you requested a local variation of 581, and with partnership with the delegation and with a lot of information from you and from staff in Augusta, we got a countywide local homestead exemption with a 3.2% CPI and a couple of other provisions that had been requested that it's unique to Augusta. We are unique in the way that our local homestead was drawn, and I appreciate that the delegation was willing to try something different and go out on a limb for us. Thank you very much for giving me all the information that I needed to get this done on the second to last day of session. So it was kind of a nail biter. And then finally, a legislative session isn't always measured in what does pass, but sometimes you have to make sure that certain things don't pass. And there was House Bill 75 that bill was brought to my attention by your animal control director, who said that even though this legislation may have been well-intentioned, it came to the attention of a state representative after a situation in New York City where the animal control had seized a pet squirrel and euthanized it. I'm sure that the state representative's intentions were good when he tried to bring protections against this to Georgia, but it would have created significant administrative burdens and financial burdens to Augusta. So I worked closely with the committee leadership to ensure that this bill did not pass this year. Of course, we're only in the first year of a 2-year session, so anything that's out there is still alive, but we'll continue to fight the good fight on all of the issues that are important to and concern Augusta. Finally, we're in a continuous loop when it comes to the legislative process. So even though we've successfully wrapped up the 2025 session, it's time to start planning for 2026. Over the course of the summer and the fall, I will work with your legislative delegation, members of the General Assembly, members of House and Senate leadership, and any agencies that need to be engaged with to build the relationships and maintain the relationships that we'll need to be successful next session. I'll participate in the 911 fee study committees and make sure that Augusta has a voice in those. I'll have discussions with you and the mayor and staff about the 2026 legislative priorities. We will have to formally adopt 2026 legislative priorities and present them to the legislative delegation. Once again, I'm so grateful for the opportunity to represent you. I hope you're pleased with the results from this session. Please don't ever hesitate to reach out to me if you during session now, whenever, if you have any questions. And I'm available to take any questions now as time permits, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, but thank you very much for your.
Oh, Madam Chairman, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much for your hard work, Ms. Rubinson. Any comment, Administrator?
Yes, ma'am. Just a quick comment. And again, I want to thank Ms. Rubinson for all of the hard work, as well as the team and our interim general counsel who has been doing a great job in getting everything back to Ms. Rubinson. In the fall, we will have our joint meeting with our local delegation, as we did previously, to start looking at our 2026 legislative priorities.
Okay. Commissioner Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In alignment with what our administrator just shared about our 2026 priorities, do you foresee there being any challenges or any type of, I don't know if I'm saying it correctly or not, but let me rephrase it. With 26 being such a big election year, do you foresee there being any types of slowdowns or roadblocks where our priorities will be concerned next year? Should we kind of get a handle on that ahead of time during pre-planning, or like, what do you see the 26 elections role playing in our priorities for next year?
It's going to be a very tough year in the legislature, especially in the Senate. I counted 8 members of the Senate who are currently running for statewide office. That means that the Senate floor is going to get a little bit contentious, as they're all going to be vying for attention and ideas and everything that'll propel them forward in their upcoming elections. So it always does get it will be challenging. I think when it comes to municipal and local government issues per se, if we stick with our needs being municipal and county related, hopefully those won't draw the same type of attention that some of the more high-profile social issues tend to draw out during an election year. But of course, politics during one of the the gubernatorial election races does always get a little complicated.
Okay, thank you.
Vance, okay, thank you. Again, can we receive this without objection, please?
Without objection.
Without objection, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you again. We're sorry you're here so late. And
it's no problem, and after having sat through many House Judiciary Committee meetings, this is nothing. Thank you.
Thank you again. Ms. Bonner, could we go to number 7?
Yes, ma'am. Number 7, motion to approve the establishment of an opioid advisory committee tasked with addressing the opioid crisis in the community and providing recommendations for the distribution and allocation of the opioid settlement funds.
Mayor?
Madam Chair, good day, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. It's been a long day, but I think this agenda item is one of the most important for our community. As you know, we have been receiving some settlement dollars to help some of those in our community that are in need regarding recovery from addiction. And today we had the Department of Public Health that's going to tell you about this important program, how we can finally get it started, and the funding that's available to help those in need.
Good afternoon. My name is Beverly Brown. I am the opioid public health analyst for District 6. So I met with the mayor on, I believe it was March 4th, maybe, to speak about formulating an advisory board to discuss how to spend the opioid settlement dollars. The recommendation was that there would be, the role of the advisory board would be the board will participate in a request for proposal process in Richmond County to fund special projects related to opioid response, surveillance, and treatment. Their decisions will be based on their roles in the community experience in opioids, along with federal guidance on how the funds should be spent. The number of projects and funding amounts would be determined by settlement funds that are available annually. So what the advisory board would look like would be the mayor or designated appointee, fire chief, police chief, coroner, a healthcare or hospital representative, a judicial representative, a representative from recovery or rehab, a mental health or behavioral health representative, an impacted family member, as well as public health. The advisory board's impact on Richmond County would be a diverse representation of stakeholders, It would be addressing the community impact, and it also would help keep policy and funding priorities accountable, and it would strengthen community engagement. The accountability of the advisory board would be quarterly reporting, meeting minutes. Everyone would have clearly defined roles, and there would be allocation updates and performance tracking and impact analysis.
Okay. Thank you very much. Are there any questions, anybody?
Yeah, I just want to make note that there are a significant amount of dollars that have been holding in our county's coffers for this. And I just want my colleagues to know in the commission that those dollars that will be spent will be at the direction of this committee and approved by this governing body. So they don't have the ability just to go to spend the money outside of the program's parameters, that this body would approve all of the funding requests regarding this committee. So, thank you, Madam Chair. And for the record, I just need to state how many dollars we have that we've collected over the years. I think it's in excess of $2 million. Okay.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Can we get a motion, please? This.
Madam Chair, I just got one last question, just for point of clarity. Madam Clerk, do we need to have the folks that's going to be on this committee, do they need to go through the online talent bank form and all that good stuff?
If it's going to be approved as a city identified committee, yes, sir.
Okay, so we need to clarify that with our vote as well, correct?
Right.
All right.
And city established committee.
Okay, so Mr. Mayor, was your intent for this to be, short term? I mean, I know there's only a certain amount of funds, or was your intent to be more long term to where we carry this in the inventory of committees?
I would expect that this is going to be long term and that there's going to be settlement dollars that come in for many years. So I would expect this committee to be around for a while as those dollars come into the city through settlement.
Okay, so Madam Chair, Mr. Mayor, so I would assume we need to establish an ex officio role for this, as well as the parameters and description of the role for whoever we assign for the committee, correct?
I beg your pardon?
I know it's a long day. So basically, we need to lay out the description for anyone that's going to be, correct?
Yeah, you need to establish the goals and responsibilities of the committee.
Correct. So is that something that you all have laid out already, Mr. Mayor, or is that something we need to?
It's already laid out and outlined as part of the settlement what the dollars should be spent on. Now, if you look at the recommended settlement advisory board, it's a fire chief, of course, sure, it says police chief, would it be the sheriff, a coroner? I would assume that this governing body would help select someone from the healthcare hospital representative, judicial representative, recovery rehab representative, mental health, behavioral health representative, an impacted family member, and also a public health representative. So that's where I guess this body would determine how we receive nominees for those positions.
So I would assume these would be at large, that we would vote and just make sure that their requirements are met of the folks in those industries.
That would be correct.
Mm-hmm. Are we going to require that they live within Richmond County?
Yes, these dollars are Richmond County dollars, so yes.
Okay, yes. Residential status.
Yes, ma'am.
Certification.
Okay. So when we make the motion on this, we probably want to make the additional clarity of making sure that the requirements that are met for all standing committees
Yes, sir.
is met and fulfilled on
They
this.
mirror
Correct.
those standards.
Yes, ma'am.
Madam Chair, also, Commissioner Clark mentioned having an ex officio member from this board as well. I'm not sure if that was part of the final part.
From the commission?
Well, so that mirrors all of our current boards anyways,
Yeah, they
right?
have ex
So we
officio
have an ex
members from the
officio
commission.
us.
Mhm.
Correct.
Okay. All right, so can we get a motion on this, please?
Yeah, so move as stated.
Okay, that's good.
I'll second it, so.
You want to be on it? Oh,
Are we voting?
voting.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for the clarity, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I think we, number 3, go back to number 3.
Yes, Mr. Brennan, is he
Mr.
still?
Brennan here.
He left. He left.
I think he left, okay.
Ms. Brown, thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, so
Number-
go to number 2 on the addendum agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Item number 2, the Villages of Meadowbrook Phase 2 of Augusta Letters of Support.
Is there somebody here? Oh, good. There you are. Hey.
Good afternoon. We ask that the commission approve the support letters to be sent to the Georgia Department of Community Affairs for the tax credit application, and then for the commission to approve for the mayor to sign the letter of support, and for ACD to sign the letter of support on behalf of the GET Task Force for the project at hand. And I do have Mr. Doug Freeman, who is the Deputy Director for the Augusta, Georgia Housing Authority, who can speak more to the project. Our role is just to petition to the commission for the support letter for the mayor to sign, and then also the support letter for ACD to sign, because ACD is considered to be the lead for the GET Task Force. So if there are any questions related directly to the project, Mr. Freeman, who's been a strong partner, the Housing Authority has been a strong partner with ACD and the GET program, is here to provide additional information.
Okay. Commissioner Clark?
Yes, thank you, Ms. Lewis. Doug, I've talked to you previously about this. It seems to be a great deal of concern for constituents. This is in District 5. Many other constituents have been giving us a pretty good earful about concerns regarding this project. I know I have a meeting with the community members on this Thursday. I know you can't make it, but if we can get someone from your office to help kind of add some factual standpoints, that'd be beneficial. But I know this one has been it's been on the books for a long time, well before I came on. But for the record, can you just clarify, just really quickly, how long this has been on the books and how many different levels of maneuverability this has gone through for approval?
Yes, sir. So I don't have the date that it originally started out. It was probably in 2000, 2001 for this iteration of what we were going to do on the Deansbridge Road property. But just to kind of go through some of the public hearings that we've been through, some of the public consultations that we've been through. So back in September of 22, when we first looked at issuing bonds from the Housing Authority for this project, we had to go through what's called a TEFRA hearing, where we published that we're going to be, that we want to issue bonds for a particular purpose, in this case, the Deansbridge Road development. So there was a public hearing done for that in September of 22. Also in September of 22, we came before this body for approval of a revitalization plan for the Deansbridge Road area. So we went through a public process, public meetings on that, where we had people from the education, transportation, community stakeholders. There was about 15 people in the room, I believe, at the time, and put together this revitalization plan for the area. We did notices and meetings in September of 22 for that, and then in October came before this board and was approved for that revitalization plan. In February of 23, at the request of this body, we met with the Richmond County Neighborhood Alliance, Neighborhood Association Alliance, and did about a 2.5, 3-hour presentation in front of them, where we laid out what our plans were for this property, as well as did a question and answer session with the group there. Uh, I don't have the list of people attending that, but it was a packed room, and we had lots of good discussion and dialogue about what was going to be happening. Then in November of '24, we went through a finding of no significant impact and a request for release of funds, public notice and hearings before we submitted that to HUD for their approval. They also did a public comment period in Atlanta and approved those back to us in February of '25. And then most recently in February, we had a second TEFRA bond hearing just because of the amount of time that had passed before our first one, and we had the final bond numbers on there. And so that's just kind of a layout over the last 3 years of the public input, public hearings, and several of the meetings that we've had that detailed what we were doing at this property.
Okay. The subdivision is directly impacted by this project that are pretty much in front of where you all are breaking ground. The Hamptons specifically and Breeze Hill. Thank you, Commissioner Lewis. Those two subdivisions, were there ever any direct intentions to post notices or alert them of any notifications of this?
No, sir, other than the public notice as well as the participation in the Neighborhood Alliance.
Okay, and that I bring that to you that's the concern that those constituents have. They kind of felt blindsided in this process, that they didn't get direct notice, direct notification about what was to come. They were under the impression that the land that was behind them was going to be utilized for a phase 2 and eventually a phase 3 with additional amenities for their subdivision. So right now, they have a great deal of concern and a great deal of need for some factual information about the project, but also outlets to really be able to have their needs heard. Now, at this stage of where you guys are right now, is there any hope of halting this, pausing this, stopping this? And I'm just asking you on the record because these are the questions that I'm getting asked.
It's a fair question, and the short answer to that for phase 1 is absolutely no. We went through all the proper channels. We did all the proper notices. This board approved us doing what we're doing. The zoning was already in place. We've owned that property since I believe 2006 or 2007.
Yeah.
I understand their concern, and we tried to do everything we could, short of going and knocking on doors, to make sure the community at large understood what our plans were for this.
Right. Yeah, and this is an affordable housing project, correct? That mirrors, I think you guys have 2 existing, or is it 3?
We have 2 existing, and it's very similar, but there's a slight difference to it. We consider this workforce housing. It's the tenant selection plan tends to get people that are employed, but maybe not highly compensated. People like firefighters, police officers, school teachers that are just starting out in their career and don't have a high income level yet. In addition, one of the things that we committed to when we went through this and met with these various groups is that there is no public housing in this property.
Correct.
This is a tax credit property with a small number of project-based vouchers, but there is no public housing in this property.
Yeah, and what I'm going to do as well, Doug, is make sure that I share this link for today's meeting. I'll fast forward to the point where we're talking about this so that they can really get some additional clarity. But any assistance and all availability of your personnel to attend the meetings that I'm going to have with the constituents will be greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so that we can clarify some things with them for sure.
Yes, sir. And this Thursday will be a little bit tough, but any others, we will make sure we have some representation there. In addition, and I know I extended this offer to you and I extend it to anybody, that if somebody wants to see what it is that we've done already at Walton Oaks and Walton Green, to see that this is not your typical quote unquote affordable housing developments, then I'd be happy to arrange some tours, let you speak with the staff there, let you speak potentially with some residents there to see what it's like and to try to put some of those fears away.
And I'll relay that as well. I appreciate that. And again, this is just one of those situations where as a body, we're going to have to ensure that we make it a point of any time there's developments that are going on that's impacting any of the subdivisions in our districts, that we take proactive measures to ensure that those folks that are impacted by this are informed appropriately. And in this situation, not saying we didn't do it, because like you ran down the laundry list of all the public notices, but I think the one misstep was we didn't directly put any notifications or signs in that subdivision. And it's a very small subdivision. And so, but again.
One of the other comments I'll make is when we first started this originally back in 2007, there was some concern back then, and we did pause at that point to reevaluate what we were doing. We concentrated on other developments like Walton Oaks and then Walton Green, and now have circled back to this after we've shown what it is we're doing and what we can do. But one of the same concerns that you brought up today was raised back then about that they understood that there was going to be a second phase of their development. That was brought up back then, and I thought we adequately addressed that back then with that group of residents back there that property had been sold and would not be developed in another single family.
Well, and so when a lot of them have been out there since the subdivision was, when they broke ground, and what was relayed to them, and again, I'm relaying to you what was relayed to me from the constituents themselves, the homeowners, was that the developer at the time and the builder had relayed that, okay, there's going to be additional amenities coming, and there's going to be a phase 2 of the subdivision. And that's what they were bracing for. So in this case, they kind of felt a little blindsided that it shifted to a housing authority project and not project, because again, that's a dated term, but a housing authority development. And they didn't know about it. Many of them feel they didn't know about it and weren't informed. So, but again, you said this started in 2001. None of us were even thinking about coming up here probably at that time, let alone, being up here for the decision-making part of starting this.
Understood.
Yes, sir.
Okay. No, Mayor Johnson.
Yeah, I just want to comment. This is going to be a great project. If you look at what Walton Communities has done for Augusta, their work has been phenomenal, as well as the quality of the product that they produce. They go through an extensive screening level for their residents, and I think this is going to be a great addition, not only to Deansbridge Road, but to Augusta, providing high-quality, affordable workforce housing, something that we desperately need. And I'm looking forward to getting the project started and celebrating the ribbon cut at some point and a groundbreaking. So thank you.
Thank you. Can we get a motion to approve number 2, Villages, Meadowbrook Phase 2? Can we get a motion? Okay. Well, there being no, okay. There's no motion. Can we forward this to the next commission meeting? Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay.
So just to make sure.
Sure.
Ms. Lewis. The request is to approve the home buyer subsidy application. Is that what you?
No, ma'am.
What's
The
your?
request is to approve the 2 letters of support.
2 letters of, okay, item number 2, Village.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, number 2, okay.
And if I may, I hear the concern of the commission moving forward, whenever there is a project where HCD or the city is asked to support in some type of capacity, we will partner to make sure that the community knows about the meeting aspect of it. However, it will be the responsibility of the partner to administer the meeting, but we will make sure that we are involved with the process of rallying the community to come out so that they can hear more about the project. And then, we'll update and make sure that the commission and senior leadership is involved in that process to attend.
Okay, thank you. So what are we doing, moving it to commission?
Without a recommendation.
Without recommendation.
If we don't have a motion.
All right. I believe that is all of. I don't have 11 and 12. We're going to put that on the next full commission. Okay, so I believe, according to my scribble sheet up here, I believe we're done with administrative services and can
Yes,
adjourn
ma'am.
that committee. So,
Good afternoon. I'd like to bring public safety to order. To the committee, I would like to consent 1 and 2.
Motion to approve.
Vote, Ms. Varner.
You're seconding that,
Oh,
ma'am?
second.
You're doing, okay. That motion carries with Mr. Garrett absent. Item number 3 is Mr. Brian Green regarding the state of downtown.
Like that. Hello, my name is Brian Green. Oh, I think you're supposed to tell me about the 5 minutes or so.
Your name and address.
And could you, Madam Chairman, just let me know when I have a minute left, if you don't mind? Could you do that?
For sure.
Brian Green, 2429 Mount Auburn, the Lexus District 1 and District 9. Here today just to talk about, before I begin though, about downtown, just like I said, Mr. Mayor, I was here, I was glad to hear about your project about the cleanup. I wish you could tie into the juvenile court, get some of those parents that, with kids 10 o'clock, 10 years old, 2 o'clock in the morning out there in the street, get some of them on that community cleanup. No having cars, not a problem. Just get a trash bag, go out your apartment or your house, go left or right, start picking up trash for 4 hours, maybe 4 weekends for for about 3 months. You'll probably have a drop in juvenile crime about 65%, I estimate. But I'm all for that cleanup or whatever, and I'm serious. I may have sound joking, but I'm serious about those parents as I've dealt with such individuals for quite some years. Concerning downtown, one of the things I was thinking about with this committee here, commissioners, what do you want your downtown to be? Is downtown as you envision? Now, I've heard some things today about consequences and things like that, and some things that affect business owners. My mother taught me a very valuable lesson. Very valuable lesson. And she said that people don't care about your problems. She didn't give me a number. She just said people don't care about your problems. So if I'm a downtown business and we have problems down here, whether I make $50 or $100 or $100 million, that's great or that's my problem. If I start a business downtown and it's not fruitful, that's not your problem. That's not your problem. That's my problem, because that's my endeavor. We got to stop this. You can't have our cakes and eat it too. Also, I would understand if I was a business owner, if I was downtown is starting to boom again. There are challenges. Development, I heard y'all talk about parking, all this other stuff going on. You got to be flexible. We have to be flexible. There's all of Augusta, and I'm sorry, this commission panel is just not put together just so downtown business owners can thrive. All due respect. I wish they thrive. I wish they make millions of dollars, but they need to get on board with the plan. Augusta doesn't revolve around one set of business owners. It just doesn't. It's not right. I've changed what I was going to say various times. I heard some good things today. But part of my suggestion being down here is this. Why don't we once and for all make this an entertainment district? You write the rules. All this stuff y'all dealing with today, but somebody is outside 200 people, write the rules. If you're 16 and under, you need to catch fire from downtown by 8 o'clock. If you're 20 and under, you need to catch fire, means to leave, from downtown by 10 o'clock.
No reason for you to be down here because you can't buy alcohol anyway. All due respect. Hey, thanks for coming down, folks. Y'all had a good time. We'll see you next time. Right now, we're 21 and over. They get it, you get it, we keep thriving. And the business owners, I think, should be flexible down here. I've driven downtown a few times, even Saturday. And I'm going to tell you something. I had to get from down here. I was concerned. I didn't want to hit some people jogging across the road, not just at the crossing section. You know, people driving erratically. Just that's outside of other stuff. We've had 2 shootings since last year. If I'm not mistaken, there are 2 deaths. And, you know, shout out to our sheriff's department. In this last brawl, they were there. Folks, when you get...
Mr. Green, hold on one second. I think I've lost my quorum.
We can't take any action just now. Can't vote on anything. He has 1 minute left.
Go ahead, sir. We won't be able to take any vote. We'll just have to, we can still, you can continue, and I'll give you a half a minute back for what I just said. Continue.
Thank you for that. May not need that, but folks, you got people down here fighting, and you got sheriff's deputies right across the street, right down the street. I spoke to a young man. I used to coach. Y'all don't know that, but I coach track sometimes. He's married now. He's talking about his friends, and he didn't want to. And as far as inviting people over, I told him this one thing: when you invite somebody to your place, don't invite anybody that don't have nothing to lose. Who do you want downtown? Because when you have people who don't have anything to lose, they don't care if the deputy is right across the street, right down the street. They get ready to throw them. Catch a fade, as they say, crash out. They don't care. So I say this to you. The business owners, all due respect, I said if we had a room full, doesn't matter to me. They get to do their business, feed them, get them liquored up, and when they close their door, it's your problem. It's the sheriff's problem, because they're going home. They're going to clean up their business and go home. Oh, it's my problem? Well, I'm going to fix it, because my problem is a problem. If we don't get safety and discipline and order and do something such as a downtown entertainment specification, when you get to write the rules, right? If we don't do that, we're shooting ourselves in the foot. We're not talking about cones and all that. You know, that's just part of it. Deal with it. Or move your business somewhere where we don't have cones up. But
You have a minute.
well, that's the gist of it. I hope y'all seriously consider there is a more detailed plan. If the city is interested in it, it's not complimentary, but if the city is interested in it, hey, it's available. And I come here as an advocate for a better community. I'm in this district here, you know, and I'm glad to see downtown has come back, you know, but we better be careful what we ask for. Oh, we want to compete with Atlanta. Oh, we want to compete. No, not right now. You better compete with bringing order and structure back downtown.
Thank you, Mr. Green. I have one person in the queue, Commissioner Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Green, thank you for bringing your passion down here to this commission on a frequent basis. It's evident that you don't just come shooting off the hip. You have a passion and a concern about your city. Now here you talk about a plan. I think you and I have had some conversations in the past about the goings on in Augusta and the things that we need to do and how we ought to go about doing it. How do you propose we put this in motion? I mean, you say you have a plan. Can you share that with us, or is it something that you want?
I'm just open, and thanks for the question, Commissioner Lewis. Well, the long and short of it is, obviously, I need more time to go in detail other than today. But I will say this: yes, it is a plan, because my plan would deal. We start with Telfair Street. We have maybe 3 different law enforcement agents willing to participate. One agency would take care of that perimeter. Another agency would take care, just like they do with the arts and the hearts. As far as, yes, you need to walk past the metal detector now. You may need to show some ID. You know, our street dwellers, if I say homeless, people get emotional. But none of them seem to have ID. We can clean, and it'll take care of this aggressive soliciting. I don't want to say panhandling, because people get way emotional about that. Solicitation, walking up to people in an intimidation way when people down here spending their money. This stipulation, entertainment district, it could fix all of that. Too easy, like Floyd Mayweather said, easy work. Easy work. But we start with the parameters. We control the traffic, vehicles, and we control the crowd traffic. Let the business owners whine a little bit, but we need to do what's best for the city. And everybody can work. It works out for everybody. We need a safe and orderly downtown.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Green. Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. I think we have any.
No.
Mayor Johnson.
Mr. Green, thank you so much for being here. You've given me an idea about these juveniles and picking up trash. I just got to talk to our legal counsel to see if it's permissible. I mean,
The parents.
Oh, have the parents picking it up?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if that. I don't know if that, and I know that's not allowable. But I know.
If you're a juvenile, Mr. Mayor, you're not an adult. That means somebody's responsible for you, sir.
I don't know if that's legal, but I like the idea of having juveniles perhaps participating. I'm gonna talk to general counsel, see if that's permissible. I like that idea. Thank you, sir.
Madam Clerk, that's it.
That concludes our agenda.
All right, that closes out public safety. Thank you.
Ms. Pulliam, I think.
We don't have a quorum, Madam Clerk, for finance. There's no quorum for finance.
Will we forward these items to the full commission? Mr. Johnson, is your item still needed on the? No? Okay. We'll forward 1 and 2 to the full commission.
Yes, ma'am.
With no recommendation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
All this time. Yeah, I didn't get to say your easy speech. Man, I know I can have a huge